Good morning to you all. I am Paula Newton. I am Manager of Climate Europe, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the third in our Climate Europe 2020 mini-series of Webstivals. For those of you who attended either one or both of our previous events, welcome back. And for those of you who are attending for the first time, we have 4 hours this morning of diverse, innovative talks, chats, demonstration games and fun, focusing on climate modelling and climate services across Europe, sharing our experiences. So a real smorgasbord of events for you this morning. As you can hopefully see from your screens, this is today's menu. We have a Northern European theme for today. So a big thank you to our own Climate Europe artist, Bex Parfit, for this lovely looking menu that she's put together. So before we have our first appetizer of the day, can I ask those of you who haven't done so already to just change the format of your name, please? So we would like you to put your first name, your surname, and then the institute that you're from. So for example, I've put Paula Newton, UK Met Office. And that makes it therefore easier for us to identify you. So our first appetizer today is in the form of a game. It is called the Imprexive Serious Game, developed under the Horizon 2020 project Imprex, which some of you may have heard of. You're going to be the players, and I'm not going to say anything else about it because I'm going to leave it to your chefs, Katrien Witpas from Arctic and Jeanette Bissenbender from the Royal Netherlands Meteorological Society. So over to you, Katrien and Jeanette.
Welcome everyone to our appetizer, the icebreaker session. As we did during our second Webstival in September, we start with playing a game. In this case, it's a game about weather forecasting and flooding. As Paula already indicated, the game was developed for the Imprex project, but by the company Arctic. Katrien Witpas from Arctic will explain something about the game first and then lead us through the game. During the game, you will help us by voting what measures to take. Katrien, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm going to start by sharing my screen. Here we go. So, as Jeanette already said, I'm going to talk you through a game that we made as part of the Horizon 2020 Imprex project, which has now concluded. First, a little caveat is that I was not actually part of the team that developed this game, but I've played it numerous times before, and I'm super bad at it, so I'm hoping that you will be better. And then the next caveat is that I'm not a climate scientist myself. I'm a science communicator and a communications officer. So if you have any more detailed questions about the science behind this, I will have to get you in contact with someone else in our team. So let's kick off. Before we get started with the presentation, I would like you all to go to menti.com, preferably on your phones, and use the code below here. And that will allow you to play along with the game after a short introduction. Going to leave you some time to do that. So maybe a short introduction to the game already while you sign in is that we've developed an online game, which is for now only available on desktop, where you're in charge of a city. You get a job as an incident commander for flood forecast, a temp job for 5 days, which is not a very long assignment, but in this economy, I'm guessing you're happy to get anything you can. And what you'll be in charge of is protecting a very small city from floods. And to do so, you'll be giving a forecast, and you'll be supported by a team of forecasters and a rescue team to help keep your city safe. So if you've had the time to sign into Menti, I'll show you what the game looks like before we start really playing it. So this is the main interface of the game. This is your office. And in the office, there's a few silly objects that you can interact with. There's a dog somewhere that you can click, but there's also useful information there. So at the top, you'll see a time indication first. So you move through each day, and each day things happen. And then at the end of the day, or at the very latest at the end of the day, you need to decide what to do. How the game works is that time passes automatically, but also every time you ask one of your colleagues to do something for you, it takes time, and that time you see pass at the top of the menu there. Then something else that you see there is the exclamation mark. The exclamation mark is what allows you to make decisions, and these are the types of decisions that you can make. So you can say, oh, I am not actually going to do anything, or you can send a flood watch, you can deploy a flood warning and also activate temporary flood defenses, or you can send a flood warning and evacuate everyone. Some other things that you see on the top menu there is first, how well you're doing. That's sort of the charger bar on top. The more it's full, the better you are doing. And because this is a game where we try to show, we're not measuring how good you are at reading graphs or how good you are at understanding forecasting. What we're doing instead is making a game to show how decisions are made based on forecasting. And that's not an exact science. You get a forecast and you need to interpret it. The forecast is never 100% right. So how will you make decisions based on that? And how will you deal with uncertainty? And because we put the emphasis more on decision making, the way we are tracking how well you are doing is how happy the residents of your city are. And that's expressed by the banner, by the charger bar on top there. If you click the star icon, which you can do once a game, you give yourself a popularity boost. Your PR team organizes an event for you and everyone likes you more. So that's an important thing to bear in mind here, that it's really about keeping your inhabitants happy. And the way you do that is by making the correct choices. So that means making sure their houses don't flood, but it also means not to be overly cautious, because if you evacuate everyone and their houses don't flood, people are not going to be happy either, and you will have wasted a lot of public money. So this is your office. So now let's move on to the rest of your team. They're in two different rooms. The first one is the forecasting room. You have 3 colleagues there. The first one is John. John is a hardcore forecaster. He never looks away from his pinboard that he has there with his forecasts on it. And you can ask him for a forecast and then he'll send it to you. So he'll send you an email saying, please find attached today's 5-day forecast best. He doesn't explain anything. So unless you are a climate scientist or very good at interpreting graphs, this is what you get and you might not know what to do with it. Fortunately, there's another colleague called Zach, and Zach is more happy to help. So he likes explaining stuff to you. So you can ask him a few questions. So he'll explain what an ensemble forecast is. And for those of you who don't know, I'll take you through it in a very basic way. So a forecast basically tries to predict the future state of a natural system. And an ensemble forecast, so you take the starting state of the system, then you run it through a model, and it tells you this is what the end state might be. Of course, as time progresses, there's more uncertainty in there. So even small changes at the beginning state can lead to widely varying outcomes at the end of the prediction. So an ensemble forecast takes several of those predictions together to show you what the likely range of those is. And as you can see here already, over time, those start diverging out into a fan with different possibilities and more uncertainty as time goes by. Then how do we produce our ensemble flood forecasts? So all the data, all the forecasts that you'll get in the game are based on actual forecasts and an actual time series and the actual events linked to them that were put into this game by Louise Arnal, one of the researchers on the IMPREX project. And the way we produce the ensemble flood forecasts is that it's based on several weather scenarios that are passed through a hydrological model. So you get an ensemble weather forecast that we pass through a hydrological model, and you see a small drawing here of what goes into such a hydrological model. So you have evaporation, rainfall, snow melt, groundwater, and then the river flow to predict how much water will be passing through the river and whether there will be a flood or not. Then most important thing that Zach can tell you is, all right, you get this forecast, how would you need to interpret it? So as you see here, you'll see that everything diverges over time. One thing that we did in the game is that we don't ask you to plan ahead. So we're not telling you, all right, this is the 5-day forecast, prepare your decision for day 5. Instead, you always prepare your decision for the next day, which makes everything a little bit simpler, also makes the gameplay more straightforward. But just to tell you how these graphs work, should you not know. So the color intensity on the graph, on the fan plot you see there, shows the distribution of the ensemble forecast, which is expressed in percentiles. So each of those little color blocks expresses is a 20 percentile. So you'll have, if you count up here, you'll see that the how much on day 4, for instance, you'll have the 60th percentile is just on that yellow bar, which means that you have a 60% chance of it following within that yellow zone and a 40% of it going out into the red zone on day 4. Then what those colored bars mean in the background is the return periods. Those are typically calculated on historical data and it gives you the average time interval in which a particular river level reoccurs. Here we've taken a 10-year time interval in the purple, a 5-year in the red, and a 2.5-year in the yellow. You can do that on longer time periods as well, but here we've tried to keep it simple by keeping it short. And what that means, if, say, for instance, if you have an event with 100-year return periods, there's a 1% chance of that occurring each year. There's a 1% chance of such an event occurring. Next member on your team is Helena, and Helena is super pragmatic. She just tells you, here's the graph. What that means is tomorrow, there's this % chance you'll have each of these scenarios. Of course, that doesn't help you in knowing which decision you would make. So for that, you go to the incident room. A first thing that I think a lot of people overlook when they're playing the game is that there's a little cheat here where you can see what the level of the river is right now. So that's explained here. And then there's 2 people you can turn to here as well. First, you have Arnaud. Arnaud is the guy that explains how stuff works and tells you what you might want to do. So here he tells you if you have an event with a 10-year return period, that's really bad news. You need to evacuate now. If you have an event with a 5-year return period, you'll have some properties that are flooded and you'll have damage, but you're basically still fine. So you'll need to send out a flood warning and deploy extra flood defenses. If you have a 2.5-year, if you have an event with a 2.5-year return period, that means that the river is almost full, but you're still doing okay. So what you want to do is keep a close eye on the river and send out a flood watch. And then I know that I'm breezing through these, but I actually want to play the game with you. So I'm going very quickly. The last person in the game that you can turn to is Louise. Louise is based on Louise Arnal, who helped develop this game with us. And she just tells you what to do. She also doesn't ask whether you want her advice. She just gives it to you and bills you for her time. And sometimes she can jump the gun a little bit and be a bit overly cautious. Sometimes she's reckless as well. So this is trying to mimic a real life situation where you might get in conflicting advice from different people. And then you as a player need to know how to deal with it. Are you going to follow Louise's advice, or do you think she is wrong? And will you just do what you think is right? So that's the basic setup of the game. And I'm now going to take you through that. Before I do, I'm quickly going to show you this slide again. So if you haven't logged into Menti yet, please do so now, and then you can play along. And then I'll get us started with the game. So we've arrived at our new job and we've gotten an email telling us what to do. I'll just take you through the game as if you already know what you need to do. So I'll go and visit your colleagues with you, and we'll go to John and have us send him this forecast. this is what it looks like. So he sent a forecast to us, and this is what it looks like. So we now need to take a decision for the next day. And I think it might be a good idea to see what Helena is saying. So Helena here says, do you want me to interpret this for you? And she says, oh, there's a 20% chance that you have a 2.5-year event, and there's 0% chance based on the forecast that you'll have any of the other events. And then we'll compare that with what Louise is saying. So Louise here says, I think you should send a flood watch, which means that corresponds to a 2.5-year event. So she says the 20% chance is probably high enough to send a forecast. So based on that, I think we can take a decision. And you can enter that decision into the Menti here. And I see that some of you are doing that already. I'll just talk you through again. No action needed means that you think you won't have any particular event, the river is just fine. Sending a flood watch is a 2.5-year event, and this is a 5-year event, and this is a 10-year event. And it's about half of you, it's going about half-half. I'll give you 30 more seconds to complete this. It's really very tight, so I'm hoping, yeah. I'll need someone to be the tiebreaker for us here. So if anyone hasn't voted yet, yes, let's close it up here. So most of you are saying send a flood watch, but it's very tight. So let's see. And it said, oh, the river level was normal. And so you decided to unnecessarily send out a flood watch, which means that you've wasted some money. So that kind of corresponds with the forecast, because there you saw there was a 20% chance that you would need to send a flood watch, but an 80% chance that you didn't. So a lot of you were very risk averse here and send out a flood watch, but it wasn't necessary. So we're the next day now, I'll take us back to John for a new forecast. Do you want to see the forecast? Yes, please. It should be in our inbox. So as you see, there's a duck here somewhere, and sometimes you press it accidentally, as I did, and then it makes a horrible noise. This is the forecast for the next 5 days, and we're again taking a decision for the next day. And just to help you out, I'll again take you to Helena to tell us what that means. So Helena is saying that the probability of 2.5-year event is 50% chance now, which you can see here. And then there is also a 20% chance of a 5-year event. Let's again ask what Louise thinks about all of this. So Louise says, send out a flood watch and maybe use flood defenses. So what she's saying here is definitely prepare for the 2.5-year event, and maybe take into account that you'll have a 5-year event and that you'll need flood defenses. So let's make a decision based on that as well. I'm sorry, and I quickly need to reset the Mentimeter for you, so please don't vote yet. So you can start voting now. So there's a very clear demarcation here. Most of you think that you should just send a flood watch. So preparing for the 2.5-year event, but not the 5-year event. So let's do that. Here again, it said, oh, the river level was actually just normal. So you'll see here that the forecast was actually a bit off. So based on what Helena told us the day before. So if you go and look back to the forecast, there was a slight chance that the river level would still be normal. So we had a 50% chance that it would be a 2.5-year event and a 20% chance that it would be a 5-year event, which leaves a 30% chance that it will be normal. And that's what it was in now. And that's one of the things that the game tries to illustrate, that just because you have the largest chance of an event doesn't mean that is the only chance. So it's that uncertainty that you need to try to take into account when you make decisions, as real decision makers also need to do. So it's Wednesday now, so we'll go through this again, get the forecast from John. For those of you who want to interpret it yourselves, this is what it looks like. You'll see that the situation is a lot different than it was the day before, and also that there's a lot of uncertainty about what is going to happen. And we'll see what Helena has to say about that. So Helena here says there's a 100% chance, so you'll definitely have a 2.5-year event. But the chances of having a 5-year event is 20%, and then the chances of having a 10-year event is less than 20%. You'll see that here, that there's a lot of uncertainty there. Then let's ask Louise. She's usually pretty careful about these things, but she is actually here not being very careful. So there was a chance of even a 10-year event, but Louise says, oh, definitely prepare for the 2.5-year event because the chance was 100%, and consider preparing for the 5-year event. So she's not very much taking into account that there's a less than 20% chance as well of having a 10-year event. So let's take a decision on that as well. First, reset this for you. Tell me what you want to do. So either do nothing, prepare for a 2.5-year event, a 5-year event, or a 10-year event. Okay. There's a pretty clear distinction as well here. Most of you are saying, let's prepare for that 20% chance of having a 5-year event. So that's what I'll go for here as well. So it says it was alarmingly high, but there was no flood, which means that it was the 2.5-year event. So we should have sent out a flood watch, and instead we unnecessarily sent out deployed flood defenses. I think as a group, we're all being quite risk averse here. We're also getting forecasts that are usually higher than what then is the actual results. 2 more days, and then we'll see how we've done and how you rank as a Climateurope Webstival on the board. So again, here's John with his forecast. For those of you who want to interpret it yourselves, here is what it looks like. You'll see here that the chance of having just a 2.5-year event are a lot smaller this time. And just for the exact info on that, let's turn to Helena. Helena says, so you'll definitely have a 2.5-year event, but there's also an 80% chance of a 5-year event, and a 20% chance, less than a 20% chance of having a 10-year event. I think Louisa has been consistently wrong, so let's not turn to her for information this time. I just want to see what all of you think about this. So let's take a decision on this. Tell me what you think. All right, this is a very clear one. Most of you say there's an 80% chance of that 5-year event. We're not going to take into account less than 20% for the 10-year event, just preparing for the 2.5-year event wouldn't be enough. So we're sending out the flood watch. So the first time, not listening to Louise apparently helps. We've done just the right thing. Just to be sure, I think, because we're running a bit low on popularity here, I'm going to give us a popularity boost just to get our scores up a bit. And then we're going to do the final day just to see where we land as a team. Then going to our inbox, for those of you who want to interpret it, here is what John is saying today, or what John has given us. So you'll see there's actually still quite a bit of chance of just a 2.5-year event, but there's a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen. And here's what Helena says. So Helena says 100% chance of a 2.5-year event. A 5-year event, there's more than 50% chance, and there's less than 20% chance of a 10-year event. So let's see what you think about that. What are we going to do? So here you'll see that there's, again, a very, very clear demarcation. You're saying what I want to focus on most is that 50% chance of the 5-year event, which of course is only 50%. There's just as much chance that it will be something else. So let's see whether we will write. And it gave us a score. As you see, we did very poorly because the first 3 days we were just off. So our score is 68, and that's not very good on the leaderboard. I think an interesting thing to know here is that a lot of the people who are on the leaderboard here are the 12 to 16-year-olds we played with at Science is Wonderful Festival last year, who just some of them were extremely good at it and put all of the adults to shame a bit. So I'm hoping that you like the game. I'm going to pass back to Janette now, and if there's any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thanks a lot, Katrien. I hope you all enjoyed, and we will provide the link to the game later on our website. So you can try to play it again and maybe even get a better score than some of the youngsters that did it. Are there any questions about the game? What is your opinion about it? Did you like it? You can give some input through the chat box. I don't see anything yet. When I first gave it, when I first looked at the game, I had a little bit of bias, I think, because I'm from the Netherlands, and we normally take a look farther ahead than one day. But later on, I better understood how to play it. I see one reaction from Nieves Peña. I like it very much. It's a good way to see and interpret the forecast's uncertainty. So nice to hear. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, and Rosie Oak says, really enjoyed the game. Would be a great way to start a conversation about probability of events happening.
Yeah. And I think if there's anyone here that talks about this with like groups of children, we were very surprised. Initially, we thought that 12-year-olds would be too young to play this game with, because the concept of probability or uncertainty doesn't work very well for that age group, but it actually worked, and you saw that not everyone, but the stronger students definitely understood how difficult this is and where the difficulties lie.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I think it's also a good way of discussing how to deal with uncertainty, because also things happen that were not in the forecast sometimes. And when do you take measures? Are you really risk averse or not? I see another reaction from, I hope I pronounce it well, Viestor Sanderson. I really like the game, shows how uncertainty could be interpreted. I also liked the duck. I also did. I also tried whether the whale would give some noise, but it wasn't the case.
Oh, it spouts water. That's all it does, but it doesn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. And it's nice also to take a look at the reactions. I first didn't see that there was a screen which gave some information about the current water level in the river. And that may also really help you.
Yeah.
There's a reaction from Stephen Kaluwaj. Is the popularity penalty for underestimating and overestimating the risk the same?
I'm not allowed to tell you.
Okay.
In the sense that yeah, so there is logic to how the scores are calculated, but what we don't want people to be able to do is to hack the game based on how they think the public will react, because in a real life situation it's very difficult to know how a public will react. Yeah. Because that depends on many factors, if only how much your political opponents want to make game of something. I think generally speaking, people are angrier when their houses flood than when they don't. But if you have a political opponent that is very good at making money or making an argument about you wasting public money, then it could go the other way. So I'm not allowed to tell you how the scores are calculated.
Yeah, okay. Just play it really often and then maybe you find out how it works, I would advise. Yes, there's another reaction, and I'm sorry if I pronounce the name not correct. Sikdem Koskun Hepkan. Very nice tool, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay, I think that, oh yeah, another reaction, Sabine Undorf. Weather forecasts seem to give more information to the user by giving them actual probability ranges. And I think stopped having rain forecasts too pessimistic. Would you also trust your audience with more probabilities rather than warnings? I don't really understand the question. Or Sabine, could you unmute and explain your question?
Hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So I thought there was a trend in weather forecast that going away from just saying like level wise it's going to be sunny or rainy, but like trusting that people are now more used to looking at data themselves. So I just wondered. I understand that some of the things they have to like more decision. Do we send out a warning or not? But could there be more? Like the information that we had, would you trust that city planners or someone else make decisions that they would be able to actually analyze probabilities as well as we can?
I think that's a difficult question, but I think if you say to analyze probabilities as well as we can as a group, we also did badly. What I would say as someone who's more into behavioral sciences is that in interpreting probabilities, leaves a lot to the personality of the person interpreting it, and whether you are more or less risk averse plays a large role there. So I think quite a lot of the time, I mean, there is an aspect of data literacy there, so which is why I would say never give any end users just a graph unless you know that they are very data literate. Otherwise, always have sort of an explanation of those graphs with it, or have a dashboard that doesn't just give them a picture but also explains. But then how graphs are interpreted and the decisions people make based on that, I think just depends a lot of personality. You'll see, for instance, people will react widely differently. If you say there's a 50% chance that you'll have a flood, some people will think there's only a 50% chance, and other people will think, oh no, there's a 50% chance. So I think a lot there really depends on personality.
Yeah. Katrien, thank you very much. We go to the next item during our Webstival. And thank you very much for showing the game. And well, we will make the link available to the others.
Right. Thanks all of you for playing.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, good morning, Climate Europe. I'm Bex Parfit from the UK Met Office. Thank you very much, Katrien and Jeanette, for an engaging Imprex game. I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, who is Chris Hewitt. He's the Head of International Climate Services at the UK Met Office, and he's also the Climate Europe Head Chef.
Thank you, Bex. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear and see you fine, Chris.
Great. Hello, everybody. Good morning. We've had a few IT issues here, so hopefully this is going to work. It's a very full program today, which is excellent news. Of course, it's going to be quite a challenge to get through everything. So for those of you who are new to this, I normally have quite a bit of time at the beginning here to introduce the project and the festivals, but we don't have time for that today. However, most of you have probably seen lots of this before, so it's not an issue. So I will race through these slides, and I'm not sure who's driving them. Is it you, Bex? So the next slide, please. Because I can't control this myself. Thank you. So it would be good to start with this. So Paula, did you want to talk through this? It's normally Paula who talks through this.
Yes, so this is just a little bit of technical etiquette, though I suspect most of you have had plenty of experience using the Zoom platform that we're using this morning. But it's the obvious things such as muting your microphones and being mindful of any background noise when you are speaking. If we're trying to minimize the use of the camera, but when you are speaking or presenting or asking a question, it would be great if you could switch your camera on. Please use the chat box if you have a question. And if you have any technical difficulties, you can either contact me privately through the Zoom chat, or you can email us at participate@climateeurope.eu. We are recording the event. We're aware of those of you who have declined permission for use of their material or content or audio, and we will respect that. And finally, I see most of you have done this already, but if you could just rename yourselves, so we have your forename, your surname, and your company name. That makes it easier for us to know who's been attending. That's all from me, Chris.
Yep, thank you. Next slide. So, yeah, this is the next slide. We'll talk about festivals, but this one here just very quickly introduces Climate Europe. So we're running these Webstivals under the Climate Europe project, and Climate Europe's been running for 5 years. So as it says at the bottom there, we're in the final year of our 5. We've been facilitating, creating, engaging a network of climate service actors, so a whole range of different groups, and many of those different sort of clustering of groups will be on this call. We're building upon existing activities. We're not doing new things here, so we're creating a network to bring together activities, and we're going to be hearing a lot shortly about several of those activities. It's part of the European Roadmap for Climate Services, a big activity in Europe, which is bringing together the different activities to take Europe forward, to develop a climate service, well, largely to develop a climate service market. And I think you're right, Bex. Let's move on to the next slide, please.
Sorry, Chris.
That's all right. So thank you for the prompt, because I don't have long, do I? But one of the main things we've been doing with this network is to bring together the community. So we've previously run face-to-face festivals, one in Valencia in 2017, another one in Belgrade. And we were planning to have another festival this year, maybe 2, but obviously we can't do that. So we've moved to these Webstivals, web-based festivals. But the idea is to bring together all of you so you can share your experience and knowledge. We can discuss climate services, highlight some successful climate services, and network. So that is more difficult online, but we are trying various things through these Webstivals to create a networking environment. I think you might need to click a couple more times now just to move through the next couple of points. On to the next slide, please. Very quickly then, so there is a website, www.climateeurope.eu. Please do look at that if you want more information that I'm rapidly trying to convey. Next slide. Bex, why don't you talk through this? It's your beautiful slide.
Hello, everyone. So this map collates the Webstival 1 and Webstival 2 attendee logos, totaling around 75 organisations, projects and companies. We would love to add those from today. So if your organisation or details or logo are not shown, please do email me your logo alongside your organisation's name to rebecca.parfit@metoffice.gov.uk, and I will put those details in the chat.
Perfect, thank you. And the next slide. So this was beautifully drawn by Bex, so hopefully you've all seen this. So this is today's menu. So a large number of activities we're going to get through here to talk through. So I'm sorry I haven't had longer to talk through the project, but like we said, quite a few of you have already been on one of these and you're familiar with the Climate Europe project. If you do have questions afterwards, then email any of us, the Met Office team, or anybody else on the call. We're probably all familiar with the project. And I think that was everything I was going to cover. Looking forward to the discussions and the presentations and the networking. So please enjoy this third Webstival, and back to you, Bex.
Thank you, Chris. So we're now handing over to Marcus Reckerman, who will introduce the next speaker and the next menu item from Baltic Earth.
Yes, hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you for having us. My name is Marcus Reckerman, and I'm running the International Baltic Earth Secretariat at the Helmholtz-Zentrum in Gesta. And for those of you who don't know, Baltic Earth is an international and interdisciplinary research network for the Baltic Sea region. And we would have been a co-organizer of that meeting, of that festival in Riga in June. So we're happy to be part of this, at least in a virtual way. So now I'm happy to introduce my colleague. This is Markus Meyer from the Leibniz Institute for Baltic Sea Research. And he's head of the Department of Physical Oceanography and Instrumentation of the Leibniz Institute for Baltic Sea Research in Warnemünde, or short ILW. Most of you, or some of you may know that. And he's also chairman of the Baltic Earth Network. And his research interests are coupled modeling of the Earth system of the Baltic Sea region and everything that's related to that. So yes, Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. I tried to share my screen. That is not allowed, I see. Can you please stop your... Marcus?
I'm not sharing my screen.
It's Bex. I think she might have just stopped. Can you share your screen now? Sorry about that.
No problem. Now it's working, I think.
Yes.
Can you see the screen?
Very good. Yes.
Very good. So I'm talking about climate change in the Baltic Sea region, and Marcus introduced already the Baltic Earth program, but I will spend a few more minutes to explain to you what we are doing. So Baltic Earth is Earth System Science for the Baltic Sea region program, and our vision is to achieve and improve Earth system understanding of the region. We are interdisciplinary, international, and we look at all of the different components of the Earth system: the atmosphere, the land, the sea, and the troposphere. What is important and what is maybe different to other regional programs, that we are also quite active in so-called service to society. That means that we are doing thematic assessments, different ones like the impact of climate change, but also things like nutrient load scenarios for the Baltic Sea and so on. And we are doing this to fill knowledge gaps, to make recommendations. We are also very active in education. So we are organizing annually summer and winter schools, and we are based on the Baltics network of scientists, so an old GVEX program starting in the 90s. And we started our work in June 2013. And we have an infrastructure with a secretariat. So Marcus is the head of the International Baltic Earth Secretariat. We have a steering group with all the Baltic Sea countries included, with different institutions, so Met services, but also universities. We have discipline balance, we at least believe, so atmosphere, ocean, land is included, and we have biannual meetings. We have working groups that are working on grand challenges. I will come in a minute to those, but in addition, also on outreach, education, regional climate system modeling, and on comparison of models like the recent one, Baltic Sea Model Intercomparison Project. We have a scientific advisory board, a science plan that has been revised and is and has been established for Baltic Earth in 2017. We have a homepage, very easy to remind, Baltic.Earth and the publication series, newsletter, publication database, and so on. And in summary, here are our recent activities since 2013. There are Baltic Earth conferences. There are workshops and seminars that we organized. Then the summer schools, I can mention here the dots close to the Swedish coast, a little bit south of, on the height of Stockholm. These are our summer schools. We had now this year the 6th one. We are organizing also winter schools, and the 3rd Baltic Earth conference was in June and was unfortunately online. Otherwise, we have the philosophy to be on islands or peninsulas and in nice surrounding, that you are not getting disturbed from your usual business of the big cities. We are also active at the EGU and EGU. Here are some slides from our summer schools, from Askö, that's a biological station close to Stockholm, and we have done it also in context with conferences, here Helsingør, Askö 2018, that's Warnemünde 19, that is the Askö 2019, and then the latest one in this year, which was an online event. So as I mentioned, we have a science plan. It's a very brief one in that sense, because we build it up flexible, because we have grand challenges, and this flexible science plan with a continuously ongoing definition of core research questions, which are identified to be key scientific issues, so-called grand challenges. And the grand challenges will be identified at conferences. So we discussed this in the community, and by using the assessment that I mentioned already of existing research, we are inviting for dedicated working groups. And we have these grand challenges envisaged like projects for a duration of 3 to 4 years. Then they will be terminated or updated. For instance, if you think, well, we know everything in that field, then we terminate that. But usually it's updating to adapt it to the requirements and to the research needs. And here you see the list of grand challenges. And actually, we have done these assessments earlier that I have been talking about in the form of books. So one of the activity is the assessment of climate change, or was the assessment of climate change in the Baltic Sea region, a short BAC. And we produced books, so regional IPCC assessments in 2008 and 2015, and now this format has been revised. It is now called Baltic Earth Assessment Reports. So it's a special series in an open access journal. It's Earth System Dynamics, where we are going to submit a series of review papers that assess the different grand challenges that we have from the science plan. And here you see the list. So it is something like salinity dynamics in the Baltic Sea, which means simply the regional water balance. We have land sea interlinkages, including biochemistry. We have the third one is on natural hazard and extreme events, sea level dynamics, regional variability of water and energy exchanges, so some old GVEX topics. The multiple drivers, this is relatively new, so not only climate change is on topic, but all other kind of human impacted changes like land cover changes, land use changes. We have one on the coupled regional modeling. The Baltic Sea is rather tiny compared to the global scale, so we are using dynamical downscaling usually to address the issues in the Baltic Sea. And then we found out, okay, because we do not have the surface conditions from the global models, we need actually coupled regional models. Then we have the so-called BAC3, which is then the assessment of the climate change impacts. And finally, also something about a new observational system for climate observing systems. We are very active to communicate with stakeholders, and in our case, it's basically HELCOM, the Helsinki Commission, that is all the ministers of environment are joining the club. And HELCOM has decided as well since a long time ago to collaborate with the scientists, so with Baltic Earth, and a common network was established, NCLIM, so the expert network of climate scientists. And now we are in the process of producing key messages from the assessment reports in form of a fact sheet. So the climate change fact sheet for the Baltic Sea region. So very brief summaries of what we know about the impact of climate change in the region. This is another ongoing activity. So it's new for us in other countries, in the UK, for instance, as has been done before, but we are doing this now in collaboration with HELCOM for the first time. So I'm not going to show you the final results, but a few slides what might be in this report about the climate change assessment. What we expect for the future is an increase in water temperature. That's the upper slide. You see here RCP 4.5 and 8.5. So in temperature increase depending on the emission scenarios. They are all ensemble studies, so therefore we have an ensemble mean and a range. And for salinity, it's less clear, so the range of uncertainty is rather large. And I think it's fair to say that we do not know really. And this is a pity because the salinity controls the stratification in the Baltic Sea and all the ecosystem. So it's quite important due to the large gradients, but the projections are poor in giving an answer about the future here. Others are maybe more easy. These are parameters from the ecosystem, primary production, nitrogen fixation, or hypoxic area. So the depletion in the deep. Here you have to combine the emission scenarios also with the nutrient load scenario. So it's another dimension here. It's not only the climate, the warming of the water that matters, but also the supply of nutrients. Do we have something like what is called the Baltic Sea Action Plan, so nutrient load abatement strategies, or have we something like worst case scenarios? And depending on that, the ecosystem will evolve. So either we have better oxygen conditions, that's the third slide in the Baltic Sea, if we follow the abatement strategies, or we have similar conditions like today. And this is also shown here in bottom oxygen concentration changes. What is actually shown here are 3 slides about the different scenarios, Baltic Sea Action Plan, that means the best case, or the worst case, that's the business as usual in the right column. But we have here 3 rows, and these are different projects. And you see the colors, which means up or down. So bottom oxygen concentration at the end of the century will be improved or not. So red or blue are very different depending on the emission scenario, but also on the projects. And this is important to communicate. And therefore, we have these assessments actually. I'm not going here into detail. The reason is actually that what we count on what will develop in the nutrient loads, so for phosphorus and nitrogen to the Baltic Sea, are very different in the different projects and assumptions. So the numbers here are well, input numbers to the modeling research, but they differ quite a lot. And this to communicate is a really challenge. So as a take-home message, Baltic Earth organizes workshops and conferences, summer schools, and scientific assessments in collaboration with stakeholders. And we are now going to work with the 3rd assessment of climate change in the Baltic Sea region, which is some kind of regional IPCC report. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. You are absolutely perfect on time. And I don't know, do we have time for 1 or 2 questions, or should we move on, I think everybody who has a question, in any case, they can put it in the chat, and we will come back to that question later. So the question that you have, just put it in the chat. And from the program, I assume, unless, I don't know, Bex says something different, can we have a question or two from the group? Bex?
Yes, you've got time for a couple of minutes.
All right, very good. So please, do you have any questions? Okay, well, as I said, just put your question in the chat and we come back to that later. So if there is no question at this point, I think we can now move on. And we have the next speaker from Latvia. Very glad about that because we plan to go to Latvia for the real meeting, for the real festival, but unfortunately it didn't work out. So I'm happy to introduce Vistos Sandersons.
Yes.
And
yes.
he's a data analyst at Forecasting and Climate Department at the Latvian Environment, Geology and Meteorology Center, which is at the Latvian Weather Service. So his work focuses on research and improving the climate services, as well as communicating climate to the public. So the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. And I hope you can hear me well and see my screen, right?
Yes.
Is it okay? Okay, so I was kind of fighting in my head about what should I present in this festival. And I figured that one very common problem, I think, at least for us, and I think that we could find an insight from all of these beautiful participants in this festival, is the climate communication issue. And I will give a brief background of what we are and what we do in Latvia, and then maybe we can focus a bit more on that. So yeah, I am from Latvian Environment, Geology and Meteorology Center, and this is the state weather service, as Marcus introduced. And we're in a quite unique situation that we're also a state enterprise. So our goal, not only to providing meteorological information to the public, is also to make money. So this is quite an interesting situation, as we work also quite a lot on many commercial projects. And as a climate division, we mainly focus on three main parts. That is the state delegated tasks, of course, which is like climate monitoring, and also public information, which ties into their commercial and public related tasks as well. And also we develop new projects and methods for our inside use and also outside use that depends on the requests from the users. So, and today I will mainly focus on the commercial and the public information related tasks, and also a bit about research and so on. So what do we do? Well, as a natural weather service, we of course process climatic and meteorological information, and we mainly focus, if the main focus is on commercial tasks, then our main tasks are providing information for ministries, also in energy sector, also engineering, such as snow laws that we calculated last year for a Ministry of Economics, and also ports, insurance agencies, and so on. And we work on the contracts for generating money. And two more examples that have been quite lately actual in our country are actually precipitation based, such as standard precipitation index for monitoring, and forecasts based on ensemble forecasts of precipitation. So if we talk about commercial tasks, and not only that, also as a state agency, it is our task to inform the public about climate change, and also actual things going on in the climate research in the world and in Latvia. And we mainly do it obviously by media. We do a lot of interviews, a lot of TV, radio, etc. We focus also on social networks such as Twitter, Facebook, and we do various stuff like not only regular posting, but also like text mining and posting some interesting facts about Latvia overall. We of course do monthly climatic reports that are, I think, for every state meteorological agency. You can find them at our homepage, such as precipitation differences from the normals and temperature differences, and also satellite sunshine duration ideas. And if we talk about communication, one big part is also infographics that we have lately quite embraced in Latvia, which you can see some examples here, such as climate changes that are predicted for Latvia, or for example, wind, various parameters that are the usual climate for Latvia as the bottom infographic. And we also try to engage with public with in various like fun ways. For example, in the last Christmas, we did this kind of an experiment that we posted the forecast for the Christmas Eve with the Santa that was that was traveling around Latvia and bringing presents, as well as the forecast. And we received quite good feedback from the public, which was very nice. And also we do some fun facts about Latvia. For example, about Midsummer's Eve, which is a very big celebration in Latvia, which is in the middle of the summer. And there are a lot of myths about it. For example, if Midsummer's Eve is rainy, then the whole summer will probably be rainy. And we try to check if the myth is true in the climatic information that we have, and it actually is, weirdly enough. If the Midsummer's Eve is rainy, then, for example, the probability that precipitation in the summer will be above normal in the Riga, at least, is over 75%. So, yes, talking about information, it's been quite of a big problem that we chose to focus on in this year, at least, and it is very. I think it is very universal, and we have been quite fighting with ourselves in how would be the best way to communicate climate information and climate change information with the public and also with our clients. So I would very much like to hear feedback from you, from climate service providers, and also from climate information users in this festival about how do you communicate or would like to be communicated climatic information. And that's why I set up this Jamboard, and I think that Paula added the Jamboard link in the chat also. So feel free to add any ideas that come up for you, or any examples that you can think of in this Jamboard. I would be very thankful, and I think that we can also share this this problem of communicating climate and scientific information with the public, and learn a lot from our mutual experience. So yeah, feel free to use the Jamboard or chat or networking session afterwards. I would be very happy to hear your feedback. And also, we are also focusing on climate change and adaptation. And a few years ago, we did a project of analyzing the ensemble of global forecasts for Latvia and predicting what would be the possible climate change, also based on various scenarios, of course. And we did it in combination with our colleagues from tourism industry and also building industry and many other industries in Latvia, which to whom we provided climatic information, as we can see here, which is an interactive tool for exploring what climate changes would be expected in Latvia, at least. And then we presented this information to these stakeholders and also to these professionals from the industries who, using the climate information, then predicted what kind of areas in Latvia would be most vulnerable or would also benefit from climate changes, and develop this whole system of adaptation policy for Latvia. But it was in 2017 with the IR5 global scenarios, and we plan to update it in the next following years with of course the new scenarios from IPCC. And if you have any comments about adaptation as well, and how do you interact with industry professionals from in your countries, I will be very glad to hear them as well. So yeah, that's about in short about our activities in Latvia. Thank you.
Okay, Justus, thank you very much. That was very interesting and a quick overview. And I think we do have some time for questions and discussion. So please go ahead. So we have a question by Justus Kazis. Do you want to pose that question directly, Justus? So just
yes,
start talking.
What kind of climate service is related to climate projections? Okay, we basically provide, first of all, this interactive tool to the public that I mentioned a few slides ago. I can provide a link to it. It's also in English, actually, so you can check around. But what it does is basically shows what are the predicted climate changes by the global scenarios for Latvia, for different places in the country, and also in relation to that, it's for multiple meteorological parameters such as air temperature, precipitation, also indices such as tropical nights, for example, and etc. And besides that, we also work with our clients, for example, such as the energy sector, for predicting how should wind energy potential for Latvia, for example, change using for the next years to come, right? So yeah, okay, I see another question. Hopefully that answered your question. How many other companies which also provide climate services in Latvia? So there are public companies, of course. I cannot exactly tell the name, the number of them that do climatic research. I know a few of them. For example, there's this university lab that from Latvian University that does a lot of the, for example, calculations, and also works on commercial projects relating to climatic information and building climatology and so on. As far as many more institutions, I am not that aware of, or they work in a small scale enough that that wouldn't like how to say it, be impactful enough for the entire country. So.
Okay.
Have you conducted user engagement activities to map user requirements for your climate services? Oh yes, we actually do usually monitor, for example, our social networks and social activity over there, and as well we use Google Analytics for our own homepage, and if you can consider that user engagement activities. And lately, what we have seen as we started this infographic, however, I'd like to say it's a challenge because this year we wanted to provide as many infographics as we could for the public about the climate and climate information. We have seen an increase in, for example, user engagement, especially in social networks. And of course, users usually engage with fun information such as the Santa forecast that I presented. But usually users usually don't engage with our public, at least doesn't engage with is the is the climatic reports that we usually provide and everyday climatic information. And we are somehow wanting to change that. And that's why I raised this topic as a discussion. Maybe how do you, if you're a climate service provider, do that? Yes, I can share the infographics there in Facebook. In fact, there's multiple links. I can maybe send them to you. They're in Latvian, so it wouldn't be very helpful. But you can at least see the visualizations and kind of try them out.
Maybe you can put that into the chat. The link that would be available to everybody then.
Yes, I will try and find them, and then I will share them. No problem.
Okay.
And also the climate tool that there were inquiries before. So yeah.
Okay, so very nice. Any more questions to Vistos? Yes, thank you for the very nice presentation. And yes, and I think we kept the time very nicely. So I would then now, I would like to hand over to Helena Martins from the SMHI from Sweden.
Hello,
Thanks,
thank
Helena.
you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for having us. So I'm Helena. I'm connecting from Sweden, from the Swedish Meteorological and Hydrological Office. I work as a science communicator at the Rossby Center. The Rossby Center is the climate modeling research unit here at SMHI. And we are very happy to be present here at this third session of the Climateurope Web Festival. And now I would like to introduce my colleague, the next speaker, Daniel Beluzic. He's a research leader here at the Rossby Center. He works in regional climate modeling, and he will talk to you about this new generation of high resolution climate models and some of the challenges they pose us. So Daniel, to you.
Okay, thank you, Helena. I hope you can hear me and see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Great. So what the menu promised is Nordic storm resolving climate projections, and I'm already changing things and saying convection permitting, but I just use storm resolving, which is not such a usual name just because it sounds more familiar. They mean almost the same thing, but these are the new generation of climate models that we have started developing a few years ago, and they run at much higher resolution than usual models and bring some very, very nice benefits in terms of climate simulations and climate projections. But I would also like to say that it's, for those of you who were present at the game this morning, I thought it was a very good introduction in actually two things. So the first thing is the concept of uncertainty, and this is of course very interesting or very important in weather prediction, but it's or hydrology predictions, but it is even, I would say, even more important in climate projections, because there the uncertainties can be really, really, really large. And it is important to, in a sense, manage expectations of users about the information that we provide. And the second introduction that I liked in the morning was about John. For those of you who were there, know that it was the person giving forecasts. And when you ask John, could you give me a forecast for the next days? He would not talk to you, but just send an email with charts. So that's kind of me. So I will try not to do this, but if I go there, you know why. Anyway, so this is not my work only. We are a team. It's called HCLIM, or Harmony Climate Team, and this is the Nordic branch, if you want to call it like that. So the Danish Meteorological Institute, Finnish Meteorological Institute, Met Norway, and SMHI, Swedish Meteorological and Hydrological Institute. So first of all, what are we talking about? So the usual current climate information is based on global climate models. You can see this in panel B at the top, and shortened to GCM, Global Climate Model. And then these global climate models are usually used to force regional climate models, which you see in panel A. So they are just limited area models for a certain region. And they run at higher resolution than global climate models, hence they see more features, whether it's of the surface, underlying surface, or whether it's atmospheric processes. But now we have a new generation, which is in the bottom plot, which are called convection permitting models, and they are regional climate models still, but at a higher resolution. And you can see this here, the blue, if you can see blue lines show the classic regional climate model resolution, and the red lines show the resolution of convection permitting models. And above that is a convective storm. And the convective storm is actually a type of storm that usually brings floods to let's say urban areas or anywhere else. And these are things that last less than a few hours or so. The order of magnitude of how long they last is just a few hours or even less, which only means that if it is not resolved by the model, so you can see that the blue lines do not even see this kind of storm, then they will not be able to reproduce the effects of such storms. In other words, the usual floods that are happening on sub-daily scales are not, or the current models that we are using are not able to reproduce them. So with these convection permitting models, we are able to reproduce them, and this brings quite some differences. And now I'm going into this John mode. So this is the answer to everything. Not really, but this is a probability density function about, or actually frequency distribution of rainfall intensities for different models. So different lines here are different types of models. And what is important to know, so on the x-axis is the precipitation intensity, and you can see quite some large ones, 30, 40 millimeters per hour. This is based on hourly data. And on the y-axis is the frequency of occurrence of these things. So the frequency grows as we go up. Of course, the more frequent event is weaker event. The very strong events, 30, 40 millimeters per hour, are very, very infrequent, of course. They are extreme events. But now what we are interested in is how are these extreme events captured by our current state-of-the-art models? And the observations are given in green. It's called HIPRAD. This is a radar-based product corrected by rain gauge observations. And then we see a line of or a spectrum of different models. So the first one in black here is ERA5, which is our best, I would say, and highest resolution reanalysis that we currently have. And it's not really very close to the observations. Then we have a typical regional climate model. It's called HClim-Maladan here. And this is a typical regional climate model run at 12 kilometers. And you can see again that it is not capturing extremes at all. And then we have this new convection permitting model in red, which is called HClim-Marom in our case, but we get very similar results for all the different convection permitting models. And they are actually able to reproduce this kind of behavior. So this is a big thing. So if you're interested in a flood that happened in a city some years ago, which was due to a very extreme event that doesn't happen in 10 or 20 years, well, this is something telling you that our models are now actually capable of reproducing this, which of course means that in the future, if we are looking at climate projections, they will be able to tell us what will happen with these things in the future. So that's quite an interesting and important information. Just quickly to show it from another perspective, the same story as I showed in the previous plot, just as a map over Sweden. And what you can see here in the very right of this plot are observations showing extreme hourly precipitation in summer over 15 years. So it's some average over summer, and you can see the values here being about let's say 10-ish millimeters per hour for observations. If you go to the leftmost panel, this is our typical regional climate model, and it is very much underestimating this. So we are seeing values about 2, 3, 4 or so, up to maybe 5. But when you go to the middle panel, which is this convection permitting type of model, it is very, very close to the observation. So again, we are seeing a good reproduction of these things. One other thing that is really good about them is that they are not drizzling too much. So here in the left panel, you can see the frequency of wet days in summer from observations. NGCD is Nordic gridded climate data set. And then in the two panels to the right, you see the differences in percent from these observations. And then for the rightmost panel, this is the difference of this typical regional climate model from the data. And we see that it is overestimated wet day frequency. So there are many, many wet days, which means it's drizzling too much or having weak precipitation quite a lot. Too frequently, but not having extremes, basically. And when you look at our convection permitting model, it is much, much closer to the observations. Some discrepancies in the mountains shouldn't be looked at because data is not good in the mountains. So there are many, many benefits that we see. And just for those interested in more information, what I'm showing is actually from this Nordic convection permitting experiment where we did climate projections for 20 years, 20-year time slices in the future, and also in the era interim period. You can see all these years here. So we have historical, mid-century, and end-of-century periods. What we currently have are two GCMs that are downscaled, EC Earth and GFDL, and two RCPs for those who know that, so 8.5 and 4.5, two scenarios for the future, basically. And we are working on more. And this is supposed to be a base for climate services later on. But we have an issue with all this. So as you could see, we are running 20-year time slices instead of long-term simulations. And the reason is because these simulations are extremely expensive computationally for computational resources. And then we are encountering another problem, which is natural variability. And you have seen this for those of you who were there this morning with the game. So there is lots of uncertainty. And here I'm just showing from one paper with the regional climate model, actually. These are just climate projections for 2041 to 2070 relative to the historical period. And you can see in panels A and B, two individual members of an ensemble. So it was a simulation done with an ensemble of several tens of simulations, and these are just two equivalent simulations, except that they are two different members of the ensemble, and you can see that the response is very different. So the one to the left has bluish colors, which means that there is an increase in precipitation in winter, while the one in the middle has actually more reddish, well, not reddish, but yellowish colors, which actually shows decrease of precipitation. So they're not just not giving the same amount, but they're actually not even agreeing in the sign of the change in the future. And this is a very, very typical thing with climate projections. So then what we look at is an ensemble mean. And this is what you see in the final panel C to the right. And this ensemble mean says, okay, when you average all of these individual members, you get an increase. And this is what we need to do in climate, because otherwise the information that we provide is not sufficiently, is not useful enough, because we can't interpret what it means if it's only one realization of the possible future. So this is what we encounter with convection permitting models. And as you could see, for our NORCP, we use two different GCMs, but it's only two. And it's only several decades that we are downscaling. And we couldn't do more, even though it's a common work of several different institutes. So, so these things are not easy to do. And just to give you an idea of how expensive this is, don't be afraid of all these different things here. But this 140,000, this means core hours per simulated year. It doesn't matter. What it ends up is that if you want to do a 20-year climate simulation on a very big computer, so this, we use DCMWF's HPC for this, it took 4 months of the real time just for one 20-year slice. So you can imagine how long it takes to do 100 years and then to downscale several GCMs and so on and so on. So this is a prohibitive, or this is a problem that we have in order to make these simulations useful for climate information. So in other words, natural variability, which needs to be accounted for, plus high CPM costs are a big challenge. And it's a challenge also for users in the sense that we need to know what users want to be able to provide this. One insight in this is part of this EUCP project that we are participating in, which is, as one of the work packages, we are creating an ensemble of convection permitting simulations over 7 European domains, and you can see these domains here in this plot. It's also connected to the Cordex FPS flagship pilot study on convection, which is running an even larger ensemble over the Alpine domain, this ALP3, which is covering the Alps and the surroundings. And what we have currently is more than 15 or so simulations for this Alpine region, and then several, but fewer simulations for the other domains shown in this graph. And in our case, we are interested in the, so I'm showing here in this table a bit out of date data because there are more simulations in the Alpine region. But what we are interested in is southern Sweden and this Baltic region, and also the whole Nordic region. And here we have 5 simulations for the southern Sweden, and then 3 simulations for the Nordic region that we are currently that we can use, and we are going to try and build understanding of this internal variability or uncertainty using this data. Just to illustrate the problem, so these are global climate models that are, so all the gray dots here are global climate models from CIMIP 5. And the red dots, and there are 5 of them, are the global climate models that we have used to downscale this southern Swedish region and the Baltic region. So as you can see, they're not spanning the whole spread of all the other GCMs in this case. And this is a big problem because it means that even if we downscale 5 GCMs, which is very difficult to do with these models due to the expense, it still doesn't cover the whole uncertainty range of global climate models. So the problem is, how do we solve this challenge? And actually, I'm leaving this question for you as well, because we don't really know how to solve it. But one way that we are taking, one path that we have took now is to talk to users. And in our case, since we are these Johns, so people who are working with climate models, developing climate models, producing outputs, and then trying to see what to do with it. Our best way of communicating is actually our first closest users, which are scientific users. And in our case, we are very close to our hydrologists, who are very much interested in extreme precipitation, especially for urban flooding. Then also with our urban and air quality researchers in terms of heat waves and urban planning, because we have now higher resolution and we can see urban areas. And finally, with our oceanographers, with more detailed wind fields. So they're interested in coastal oceanography, upwelling and flow around islands and so on. So this is part of this FORMAS EDUCAS project that we are working on now in trying to effectively design these simulations so that users get what they want and still that we are happy with the uncertainty information that we provide. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Sorry, Daniel. So I think we have time for one question. There's one question here in the chat from Lilian Dubois. She asks, Daniel, when you compare high resolution models and observations, what is the source of observations with high resolution that you use for Scandinavia?
So the source of observations in this case was actually the radar products that we have, so which are just normal operational radars. But then these radars have to be, in order to get the rainfall amounts from radars, you need to calibrate them basically. So they are calibrated using rain gauges, so the normal rain observations, which are not available at such high resolution or even high temporal resolution. But then you can use monthly values to just calibrate radar data, and then radar data is available at very high resolution every 5 minutes actually. So in that sense, one can get a very, very nice product. And these kinds of things exist also elsewhere in the world, not in all countries, but there are some countries who have done similar things.
maybe very quickly from Fabio Dallan, when do you expect the UCP simulations to be available for use? For they would like to download some ground level fields.
Yes, this is a bit of so our way of dealing with these simulations is similar to this Cordex flagship pilot study on convection, in that these simulations are extremely expensive, very new, and we are just learning ourselves about them. So we are taking some time before we are releasing them publicly to be able to evaluate them properly and see actually how these models do their job. And so in case you want data, I would say the best way to do it currently is to just contact me or anybody from EUCP Work Package 3, but I would say it's me at this point. And then we can see what to do with this. But in general, you can get hands on the data, but it will not be publicly released until we convert them properly to this format and put them on ESGF, which might take some more time, and it hasn't been specified yet exactly when.
And I see two interesting questions related to the interaction with users. So if you could address them very quickly. From Rolf Tuomi, what uncertainty info are the users asking for? And from Roger Street, will there be a reporting back to the engaged users on what will be delivered and what cannot be delivered, etc., etc.?
Exactly. So these are the questions that, okay, the first question is what we were asking as well. And that's why we are engaging these, in this case, you can see on the slide, 3 types or 3 different fields, areas of research that have their own end users. So we are in a sense communicating to the end users and stakeholders through our scientific users. And they are helping us understand what is actually needed. So these researchers and users are very much involved in this project, and they are actually giving us feedback all the time about what is needed. And at the same time, yes, we are communicating to them as well what is possible, what is not possible, and trying actually through this two-way communication, through dialogue, to get the best possible, so the optimal solution for in terms of what we are able to do and what the users would ideally want to have.
Thank you a lot, Daniel. Thanks a lot for all the interested questions. But now it's time to move on. So I would like to introduce Tanel Matlic. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, I'm sorry. So Tanel is project manager of the Life Urban Storm project at the Vimsi Rural Municipality Government in Estonia. And Tanel will present some of the tools and solutions developed for building resilience to flash floods in urban areas. Tanel, go ahead.
Good morning to everyone. I'm very glad that I can briefly introduce what we are doing currently in Estonia.
Let me just interrupt you. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm hearing you very, very low. So if you could get closer to the microphone or do something.
Let me see.
How is it now? Is it better?
Oh, much better, much better. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. Now it seems that we lost you. You're frozen. Oh, you're back again. Can you speak? No, now we cannot hear you at all. We can't hear you. We heard you very well while you were without your...
Is it now better?
Yes, yes, go ahead, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm very glad to be in this morning to introduce the activities that we are doing in Estonia currently in the field of stormwater. And I will start with my presentation. which will very briefly describe you what we are doing and how. So the main objective of our project is to increase the climate resilience of municipalities, especially in case of flash flooding caused by the heavy rainfall. That's why we have around 10 different activities in the project, and I will skip some of them to save time and maybe speak about these which might be useful for the other municipalities or interested organizations in the field. With regard to analytical type of activities, what we have done so far already is that we have developed this kind of financial model for stormwater fee. If municipalities want to introduce this fee, maybe in some countries there is this kind of fee already introduced, but not in Estonia. And the idea is that there should be some sort of motivation for both private owners and legal bodies, legal entities to use the kind of nature-based stormwater solutions in order to decrease the amount of water which will be channeled through the ordinary sewage system in usual case. So this is something that we hope that will be used in the future. For example, in the capital city Tallinn in the future. The second thing is the policy framework. What we have done already is that we helped the Tallinn city, the capital city, to develop the sustainable energy and climate action plan. Some of you probably know it quite well. That is the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy in Europe, and in the framework of this, Tallinn city is going to adopt this plan. And a similar plan, we are just currently starting the work for the other region, for Viimsi municipality. And I was pretty interested to hear previous speaker who spoke about the modeling, because this is also a part of the task, that to model, to simulate the areas in which we may have a flooding in Viimsi area of Estonia, on the basis of which we develop the measures. What else we are doing? We are currently also preparing the training program for water management specialists of municipalities and water companies, plus also the engineers and stormwater management system designers about the sustainable urban drainage systems or nature-based solutions in the territories of municipalities, how to drain the stormwater or use other methods. And here, on the practical side, we also have the kind of investment activities which are currently under construction in this Viimsi area of Estonia. We have two physical areas. One of them is Viimsi Manor Park, in which we try to both drain the territory or area, but also to slow down the flow, especially in case of heavy rainfall. And for this, we want to use water barriers, like logs in the water, also dam and other this kind of solutions. And we expect that this construction will be ended now by the end of October already. And the second is what we plan to do is we have next to the shopping mall, we have the parking lot in which we plan to test this kind of permeable cover and rain beds, so that in case of heavy rainfall, the water will be drained, not going to the usual sewage system again. So this is these are the examples of the solutions that we are currently constructing, and also we plan to develop a similar solution for the capital city Tallinn in the framework of project that the construction design project will be developed also for Tallinn city. And also we are pretty happy to share the knowledge that we are just acquiring about these constructions of sustainable urban drainage solutions with other municipalities and other organizations, both in Estonia and in other countries. With regard to the stormwater system itself, also in addition to the construction as such, what we plan to do is to develop a stormwater e-monitoring system for Viimsi municipality. And it will have several modules. For example, on the left side of the screen, you see that the kind of window which will provide the data of the weather stations, the local weather stations in this Viimsi municipality territory that we also are installing. That will give the online information about the temperature, the rain, and other kind of conditions that is useful for the municipality specialists to respond quickly in case of storms or something like that. And the second is also on the right side of the screen, you see the window about the emergencies, that if there will, we install also the flow meters and other sensors, so that if there is a kind of danger of overflow in some parts of the stormwater system, then our specialist of the municipality can respond quickly also to prevent flooding on time. So this is the tender for the e-monitoring that we are currently preparing, and again we are happy to share with other municipalities or other organizations who are interested in this kind of e-monitoring. And also, if you already have this kind of e-monitoring solutions, we would be very glad to learn about them, because for us it's a new thing. And also, finally, what we are doing, we try to increase the awareness of the local inhabitants about these nature-based solutions, so that not only the municipality or some organization, but inhabitants themselves could use the stormwater more effectively, like collecting it and keeping it in special places, and using it in summertime when it's getting very hot, so that the kind of the usual water system will be not overloaded, exploited, that the inhabitants will use the usual water for gardening purposes. They could use the storm water instead of this. And also what we hope that we can raise the awareness of the real estate developers and water companies in Estonia about the sustainable urban drainage systems, so that we don't have them that much yet in Estonia, and we hope that the other municipalities, real estate developers, water companies will start using these solutions more extensively than currently. And what we expect out of all these activities is that we can reduce significantly the number of rainwater emergencies, both in this Viimsi area, but also in the capital city Tallinn, that we have more hectares or areas in which we use this drainage and other solutions, and also that again, finally, we hope that these constructions and the e-monitoring solution would be interesting also for the other organizations, both inside and outside Estonia, that we will be very happy to host if interest groups want to visit the sites and to learn about the e-monitoring, so that we can see the kind of transfer of knowledge outside the project also. And finally, who are there in the team? It's the Viimsi. I am from this municipality, is the lead partner, and there are 3 other partners: the Tallinn City, Baltic Environmental Forum, and the Estonian University of Life Sciences. So there are 4 of us who are doing it together currently. And so, thank you. That was all. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Thank you a lot, Tanel, for this overview of the activities conducted in Viimsi. I don't see any questions in the chat right now. So, and I guess we are running a bit late. So if there are no questions, yeah. Thank you again, Tanel. Thank you, Daniel. And I hand over to Bex and Stacey. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We now have a quick interlude or a palate cleanser opportunity. We're going to keep hold of the 10-minute break. So if I could ask that everyone come back at 9:55 British summertime, or that's 10:55 European time. But equally, you're welcome to enjoy your refreshments while viewing our rolling communication slides. These include updates, events, and I would like to do a second plug for your logos, please. If you're here today, please do send me your logo at rebecca.parfit@metoffice.gov.uk. We will be starting again at 10:55. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to Climate Europe Webstival 3. I now hand over the floor to Lola, one of our key Climate Europe chefs, who will introduce the next speaker. Lola, can you hear me? Or alternatively, Stephen from Ghent University, are you available?
Thank you very much for Climate Europe for joining us, and it's very nice to see many of you again. So before I introduce the next speaker, I would like to make an announcement. You know we are scribing, so all your presentations, all your questions, all your talk will be scribed in the very innovative and interesting way. And our scribing is Raquel. Raquel, can you show yourself? So, yeah, she's here. And I think in the second, yeah, Raquel, how? So I think Raquel will show what she has done with your presentations at the second break at the end. Please stay with us. So let's move from Baltic area to the beautiful city of Ghent. And I would like to introduce our next speaker is Stephen Klauwert from the University of Ghent. A few years ago, I think it was in 2016, Stephen initiated the system of observational stations to understand the heat island of city of Ghent, and then to use this data to evaluate the high resolution models, because Stephen is a professor in the University of Ghent. And now I'm happy that Stephen can show us how his work is now proceeding. So Stephen, are you here?
Yes, Lola, I'm here. Thank you for the introduction.
Yours.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. I hope you can hear me and see my screen.
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay, thanks. So I will present today our Vlinder project, which is a project where we initiated together with secondary schools a network of weather stations that was specifically designed to collect observations in landscapes where we do not have a lot of information today. And so I will very shortly introduce this project. So our typical weather stations today are located in this kind of landscapes, open rural landscapes where the measurements are not perturbed by all kinds of objects. So this kind of locations is excellent for synoptic scale measurements. We can very nicely follow the guidelines of the World Meteorological Organization, and this is the kind of data that we collect very often. But actually, there is also a need for observations in different kind of landscapes. And here is just one example, the city. Today, the majority of our population is living in cities. Most of our economic value is created in cities. We know that cities will be very vulnerable for climate change. We have the urban heat island effect. So there is a strong need, for example, to monitor the weather and climate in urban environments. And today we do not have a lot of reliable observations in this kind of landscape. And the second reason why we need this kind of observations in different landscapes is because we are always increasing the resolution and complexity of our models. So I'm quite actively involved in modeling, and with the increase in computing power, we can always take into account more details. We can go to higher resolution. And today we are at a point that we are, for example, having quite complex schemes that describe the interaction between land and atmosphere, between, for example, the urban physics is described in our models. So we need observations to evaluate the performance of these high resolution runs over, for example, cities. So it's very important to collect this kind of observations in other landscapes. But the main challenge is that it's hard to collect this kind of observations because, for example, you need to find a good spot for your weather station. And in the city, there is really a battle for each square meter. So it's not so easy to convince people to put weather stations in the city. And it's also quite hard to find locations that are vandalism proof. So it's quite a challenge. And in 2016, we managed to put 6 weather stations in the city of Ghent. And that was very nice for us. We used these stations and the data for some studies, some model evaluation studies. But we always had the dream to make this larger and to go to a region-wide network of this kind of weather stations. And in 2018, we got the opportunity to realize this because we we proposed a citizen science project where we would work together with schools and where we would build this kind of big network together with schools. Because as a research team, this is clearly impossible to create a very large network. But together with schools, it becomes possible. And so our strategy was to involve the schools very strongly during the whole project and to give them a large responsibility. So we asked schools to propose interesting locations, not on their school terrain, but in their city or in their environment, in their neighborhood. We then selected the best locations because we got a lot of reactions. So we got more than 450 locations from schools that were proposed. And we had more than 150 different schools that applied for the project. So we selected the best 60 locations. And then these schools, they were invited to build the weather station. So we sent them some kind of IKEA building kit where they had to construct the weather station themselves with the solar panel, the battery, the sensors, and so on. They had to install it, and you see some pictures here of the different installations of schools. And then they also had to follow up the data. If there was a problem with the weather station, they had to go there and try to solve it and so on. So we really gave them quite a bigger responsibility. And actually this was working very well. And at the end of my presentation, during the question part, I will also show you a short video of such a collaboration with one of the schools. And we also provided educational material for the schools, because of course it's very important that the students, that they learn something from this project. And we set up an online platform where we provide a lot of material on weather, on modeling, on urban climate, and so on. And there are 2 interesting aspects, I think, in this material that we developed. The first one is that we first discussed with teachers how to develop this kind of material. And so one of the suggestions from their side was that we should develop something that is not really fitting one course, but that is really interdisciplinary. So we made material that is combining physics with geography, with mathematics, with IT skills, because the teachers were looking for this kind of material. And the second aspect that is interesting is that we really tried to let the students work with the data. So we have some material where they really have to download the data of their weather station. They have to download the data of neighboring weather stations, and then they have to make an analysis. They have to analyze the land use around the stations and so on. So it's really hands-on material, and everything is openly available online, but today this material is only available in Dutch. And so this is the actual network. So today we have 60 weather stations that were built and installed together with schools, spread over Flanders. And there is a very large diversity in the landscape where these stations are located in. So we have stations in city centers, not only in the bigger cities, but also in very small towns, because we're also interested, for example, in the heat island effect in smaller towns. We also have stations in lakes, in forests, in industrial areas. So it's really very, very diverse. And all the data are available in real time. So we're measuring temperature, precipitation, relative humidity, pressure, and wind. And all data are sent every 5 minutes via IoT technology, so Internet of Things technology. And they are in real time online. There is a dashboard, and everyone can have a look at the data there. And so here you have some pictures of some of the locations. So the station at the left is a station in a forest. Then the top middle picture is a weather station that was installed by a school in one of the largest drinking water bassins of Flanders. So this station is a very interesting one to study the impact of water on, for example, temperature and thermal comfort. Then there is an example of a station in the dunes at the coast. Another example of a weather station in a more urban environment, and so on. So we have 60 quite interesting locations, I would say. And this diversity in landscapes gives us the possibility to really get new scientific insights. So we are, as a scientist, we are mainly interested in using this data for model evaluation. So I already explained that we are trying to use this data for high resolution model evaluation. And on the longer term, we would also like to try to use these data for data assimilation for weather forecasts. So that's one thing. But we also see at the same time that there is a strong interest from, for example, local policymakers in this kind of data. So in August, we had quite an intense heat wave in Belgium. We had an overmortality of about 1,500 people during this heat wave. So there was quite some attention for the heat wave, and also there was quite some media attention for our data. For example, some of our weather stations illustrated that in the city of Brussels, we had an urban heat island effect during this heat wave. We had a temperature difference of about 10 degrees. And so this was, for example, in the national media. So these data, it's not only relevant for pure science and for model evaluation, but also for example, for local policymakers. And I would like to end this short presentation with some take-home messages. So some lessons learned, let's say, from this project that is still ongoing. So the first lesson is that citizen science and collaborations with schools, that this can really add value to our scientific business. For example, what we do here together with schools, it would have been completely impossible without schools. It's impossible as a research team to get permission for all these 60 locations to build all these stations. It's impossible. So without schools, this would never have happened. And now together with schools, we can have this very interesting data. So it's really an invitation to think for your business, for your scientific activities, whether you could do new activities by involving citizens, by involving schools. A second important point is that schools are really very, very interested in this kind of projects. So we launched this project in the beginning of 2019. And of course, the timing was quite lucky for us, because at that time, there were a lot of climate strikes. So many students came to Brussels to strike for climate, and schools and teachers were really desperately looking for interesting material about climate, about weather, about atmospheric science. So we really had a lot of reaction, and we had to disappoint many schools because we only had 60 weather stations. A third point, very important, is that you should not underestimate the time and effort and capacity that you need if you want to manage this kind of project. Because typically you mainly have a scientific task, but in this kind of project, you also have a lot of management work. You have to create this educational material. You have a lot of communication with schools. You also have to spread, for example, all the weather stations to all the different schools. So there is a lot of extra work that has to be done, and it's really important to not underestimate the capacity that you need to do this kind of projects in a successful way. And then the fourth lesson learned is that this project did not only create a bridge between science and schools, which is quite obvious, but it also created a bridge with many cities. We discovered that there are so many cities that are very interested in this kind of data. And cities have to make a climate plan, but typically they do not have real-time measurements on the urban heat island effect, for example, in their city. So they are really very interested in this, and they motivated their schools to participate in this project. And another important point is that cities are also working on making their city smart, and meteorological data are an important component of a smart city. So that's a second reason why cities are interested. And actually the project is finishing in November, but we will continue the measurements with financial support of cities. So in the future, we will even have a closer collaboration with schools, but also with cities. So these were some of my experiences with this project, and I hope that it was an inspiring talk and that it might maybe result also in some new ideas for your activities. So if you have questions, I will be very happy to answer some of them. And during the questions, I will also try to show the short news item on the installation of one of the stations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We're a bit running of time, so if you can just speed up. There are a few questions in the chat, but I think you have already answered 2 of them. So what about the analysis of the data? So are they just of educational purposes, or are you using as your research? And it also was a question about the weather stations. How long will they stay after the project? But you already answered it.
So yes, for the weather stations, we will try, because these weather stations actually they should be working fine for 5 or 10 years. So we are now setting up a longer-term collaborations with cities, with businesses, with companies to raise the funds that we need to keep this operational. So we will try to measure for 5 or maybe even longer, 5 years. There will also be some new weather stations because some cities and schools were not able to participate, and they asked to become a participant now in the second phase of the project. So the network will remain operational. And regarding the question, yes, about science, for sure we are going to use this data for science. So we will evaluate high resolution runs over Belgium with these data. We, for example, now have already a student who is looking into thermal comfort for this heat wave. So he will compare the thermal comfort at the 60 spots for this August heat wave. So we have a lot of scientific ideas, but of course it will take some months, some years even before these the scientific agenda will result in results and publications. But yes, for sure, that's the idea.
So thank you very much, Stephen. So I think the people can watch video at our homepage. We will upload it.
Of course.
But unfortunately, I need to stop the nice, interesting discussions, and we need to move to the Copernicus Climate Services. It's also a very, very inspiring topic. And I give the floor to Stin, who is working for the Copernicus Climate Services, and I hope you will provide us with interesting results and highlights of your program. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Lola. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So, thank you for the invitation. So, indeed, I would like to introduce 2 of our use cases we are funding. And in fact, I first want to start with making the connection with the previous discussion. So what we heard until now were presentations which were very focused on the collection of local data. We had the citizen science project as presented by Steven from the University of Ghent. We had very nice presentations this morning focusing on the Baltic regions, also at city level, for example. But now I would like to move to the other side of the sphere, to the global and European side. So Copernicus is as many of you know, is the EU Earth observation flagship program. It's an operational program, so a little bit different from what we heard until now, where a lot of activities are funded via research funds. So we are operational, we're there for the long run. But we also a user-oriented program. And user-oriented program, it means that what we provide is, in fact, climate data from the past, present, and future in an operational way. And we have a gateway to this, and that's our climate data store, where you can use the data, download the data, and this is free and open, so that's important to know. But we also provide additional elements which make it more user relevant, and some of them are you have the toolbox, you have sector-specific climate impact indicators, You have a climate assessment. For example, we produce every year the European State of the Climate. So, so that's in the meantime a known product which adds to what the WMO is providing at global level. Then we provide also quality assessments, and I think next session in November, this will be covered. So our activities on the evaluation and quality control components. But then we also have a big effort. We do a big effort in collecting user requirements, and we manage a user requirement database, which helps us to improve the service and to lead us to the future. And at the moment we are negotiating about the future. So we are discussing plans on Copernicus 2. We're now, well, the two sessions you will hear are more focused on how we bridge, in fact, with this whole Copernicus or C3S program with more the downstream sector. So in fact, we have to see ourselves as a part of a data value chain. We provide information at European level, at global level. We provide this in a way that it's useful for the downstream sector, as we call it, and sometimes we also work directly with core users. But as illustrated in the previous talks, we really have to work from both sides. So on one side, we have to collect all this information which is available at global and European level. On the other side, bottom up, based on citizen science and what you collect at regional level. And then there's a middle field. You have entities who really need to make sure that both are combined or that one feeds the other. So we are really complementary products. So this leads me to the introduction of the next two speakers. So the first one is, in fact, a presentation by David Usoki and Andrea Bassi from the IISD, and they will present the SAFI methodology, to which we now recently have contributed with C3S. And the second presentation is given by Jill Liscano from Vortex and the Climate Scale Tool, which is also a very interesting application where you see that where our data is used to downscale and to provide, in fact, on-demand local information and data. So I would like to ask David and Andrea to, I don't know whether you're online.
Yes, here and ready to start anytime.
Okay, Andrea. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So very pleased to being here and providing this overview of the enhancement improvements we have made to the SAVI model, which is the Sustainable Asset Valuation Model, based on the climate data inputs that we are receiving from Copernicus. So what we do with this project is basically integrating data on weather using different forecasts for different locations to assess the impact on infrastructure. Basically, the SAVI, the Sustainable Asset Valuation Model, covers power generation, buildings, roads, irrigation, wastewater management, and natural infrastructure. And up to now, or up to recent times, we had little data inputs on the climate side. So now we are greatly enhancing, improving the models to understand, for instance, what is the impact of temperature on power generation, say of the efficiency of coal or gas-fired power generation, but also on solar panels. We are looking at the impacts that climate change can have on buildings based on wind speed, for instance, or precipitation, and so on for all the other intervention options or assets that we have in the model. Now, what we want to do then, we're also testing in 4 use cases, in 4 specific cases, is what are the intervention options, the types of infrastructure intervention options that can be implemented to improve climate resilience, and so have a more sustainable infrastructure in place that can contribute to sustainable development at the local level. So here is what we do with SAVI. We quantify climate impacts as a starting point. We estimate the biophysical value, the impact on the asset, its efficiency, and then we do a dollar value estimation of these impacts. Then we do an estimation of the capital and operating costs of different alternative infrastructure options. So we look at an asset that could be power generation. We compare renewables with thermal, for instance, and we see what are the dollar value for capital and operating costs over time. Then we compare these costs with the introduction of climate impacts. So what are the impacts that climate change will have on the operation and maintenance cost of a plant, for instance, or the efficiency of generating power and so on and so forth. And then we compare this under different scenarios to make so that we can see under varying assumptions for climate change, but also under varying assumptions for the costs that we may consider. So we do sensitivity analysis. We're able to generate an integrated cost-benefit analysis for the infrastructure. Now, the end point for us is to carry out an assessment that is relevant for investors, so they know what are the so-called hidden costs of different scenarios going forward. But also we want to create a societal assessment. We want to see what is the return on investment for society, accounting for climate impacts and other externalities, when we decide to go for infrastructure A or infrastructure B. Now, the way this is done, and we look at the methodology now for a minute, is that first we look at a location. So we figure out where is the project located, what is the type of project, and what is the expected impact. We do that with spatially explicit data. In this case, we see a road that cuts through a map, in this case, that shows habitat quality, to see what is the potential impact that this may have on the landscape. Now, this is the information that we normally receive from project proponents or investors. Then we work with them to develop a systemic understanding of what the infrastructure brings to the local context. We do that by creating this system map based on the systems thinking methodology. And this is a co-developed process. So we do group model building with our counterparts to understand what are the reasons for the investment and what are the outcomes of the investment. Then we quantify these linkages into a mathematical model, which is based on stocks and flows. It uses system dynamics as an underlying methodology, and it allows us to project into the future up to the end of the lifetime of the investment. And so 40, 50, 60 years, depending on the asset. And also to build in directly from the CDS scenarios for different climate or weather indicators. So this is where we can add a switch to the model to say, assume there is no climate change, or assume there is climate change, or there is a certain forecast that we sort of endorse based on the IPCC scenarios. We can also select a specific model or ensemble of results that we get from the CDS. And the model runs with either monthly or annual time steps, depending on the type of project that we want to analyze and seasonality. Now, with this information, we then run the model. We get results in terms of time series. We sum them up in the form of a cost-benefit analysis. And then based on the outcome, we can look at other options and generate a second scenario where we see what are the potential outcomes of going a different route. Now, in our work, we always do benchmarking. So we always compare one type of infrastructure with an alternative type of infrastructure that delivers the same service, so that it's easier to do that comparability assessment and ultimately assess the climate resilience of the two options. Now, to make this presentation a bit more alive, we have a poll, and we would like to ask you, what are the top 3 barriers for the valuation of the climate impacts on infrastructure and emerging co-benefits of climate resilient infrastructure? We have here 5 different answers. And we would like to ask you, please, to add in the chat what you think are the 3 most important barriers among these 5. You could type in a message indicating simply the number 1, 3, and 4, for instance, because we are developing a project that builds on what we have been doing now with Copernicus. And this will be very useful input for us to structure what are the main work packages and what we focus on, and basically how we use the information we are generating to scale up the model and make it available more widely for more extended list of applications. So here is the poll, 3 barriers. The first one we identify is the lack of data on spatial dynamics. So spatial resolution may be a problem. The second one, lack of data to measure and value climate impacts on infrastructure. This is the focus area we have tackled with our project, but of course, there is more than can be done. The third one, lack of tools to identify the impacts and climate resilience, meaning the models that can translate information on weather into impacts to infrastructure. Fourth one, lack of capacity and skills to incorporate climate impacts in infrastructure valuation. So here we're talking about the models that are used to assess investments in infrastructure. These modelers, the people that work on these assessments, do they have knowledge and skills about climate impacts or not? And the last one, item 5, lack of capacity and skills to incorporate climate externalities, so the hidden impacts of climate change, in ongoing and sectoral and thematic policymaking. Now, item 4 is about the project, assessing the project. Item 5 is about policy, about integrating climate information into policy for water, energy, roads, for instance. So if you could add your answers, we'll give you a few more seconds. That would be very helpful for us. And then we'll move on with the next part of the presentation. And for that, I will invite my colleague, David Uzoki, to continue and talk more explicitly about the use of project finance models that are embedded in the SAVI process. So I'll count from 5 to 0 to switch over. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then over to David. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Andrea, for this. Very briefly, I'm going to continue and talk about the financial component of these assessments that we are doing as part of this contract. So when we developed SEVI, there was a big question that we tried to address is how can we present the results in a manner that actually speaks to infrastructure investors and project developers. And also we wanted to understand what would be the best way to show the financial impact of some of these externalities and the impact of climate change scenarios on the performance of the infrastructure asset. And our answer to this question was to actually develop a project finance model for every assessment that we do with SEVI. The project finance model is basically built in Microsoft Excel, and it's exactly the same what investors and project developers use themselves when they assess the financial viability of the project. So what the financial model can do is just to show how it shows how the different cash flows are able to pay back the costs and also service the debt financing that's being used and also generate return on investors. So how we are doing it in our assessment, as you can see on this next slide, is we show with the financial model how the key financial assumptions that we use, such as construction costs, construction time, operation costs, etc., would change as a result of climate change. And then we can, what we can do in the financial model that we create a scenario table, and for a scenario table is basically changing these key assumptions under, let's say, 2-degree temperature change, 4-degree temperature change, or maybe changes in precipitation. And then we can actually show with the financial model how key financial performance indicators, such as the internal rate of return and net present value, would change as a result. On the next slide, you can see some of the use cases that we'll be doing as part of this contract. Unfortunately, I cannot go into too much detail at this stage. I cannot show you any numbers because these assessments are still ongoing. But what I can do is actually to describe you so you get an idea, what we are trying to do here. So the first one is basically an agroforestry project in Belgium. This is part of the climate adaptation action plan of the local municipality. Our assessment will include the economic valuation of ecosystem services. It will also include the simulation of the impact of this agroforestry project on the performance of these ecosystem services. We will be also doing valuation of different co-benefits, and the co-benefits go also beyond climate and also includes externalities such as job creation and labor income. And what we also show with our assessment is how these ecosystem services and co-benefits would change under different climate scenarios. The C3S data that we will be using for this is rainfall patterns, temperature changes, wind speed, because all of these have an impact on soil erosion, water quality and availability, as well as on agricultural productivity and agricultural revenues. So the next use case is actually very different parts of the world. It's in South Africa, in Johannesburg. The city of Johannesburg is investing in infrastructure upgrades and will also building new social facilities in a district called the Patterson Park. The purpose of these investments is to support private sector investment in housing and in business development. So they have asked us to actually estimate how how the current building designs compare to different green design alternatives that they are considering. So basically, our assessment will include the following points. So first, we will look at because we do an economic valuation of the current buildings, so the current building design plans. We also do a simulation of what will be the impact of using different green building designs on the investment costs and operating costs, as well as on the benefits that we measure. And finally, we will actually compare the performance of green building designs and compare it to the current building designs under different climate scenarios as well. So the next use case is still in the same place. It's in the Patterson Park in Johannesburg in South Africa. So they have been experiencing some heavy flooding recently, which was due to the largely outdated stormwater infrastructure. And now the CCT finally is actually investing in extensive upgrades to the stormwater management systems they use. And so our assessment will inform the CCT about the costs and benefits of three stormwater design alternatives. The assessments will include first the calculation of capital and operational expenditures. It will also include the valuation of co-benefits, avoided costs, and societal costs. And we also do a simulation of the climate change scenarios and their impact on the performance of these three stormwater management alternatives. And we will also doing a financial analysis of the performance of these three stormwater alternatives that they are looking at. And finally, the use case number 4 is a hydropower project in Tanzania, in northern Tanzania. It is being financed by the African Development Bank, and the data that we'll be generating as part of this assessment will feed into the financial performance analysis of the EFDB. And actually, this will be the first time that they integrate climate data into financial assessments. So we are very excited about that. The assessment will include the integrated cost-benefit analysis. It will include also valuation of the co-benefits, avoided costs, societal costs of the hydropower project. And we also going to do a demonstration of how climate risks impact the project's financial performance. And we also compare this hydro project with other energy generation technologies in Tanzania, such as diesel generators, for example. That's quite common in the region. So that's about the use cases. And finally, we would like to again hear from you. So we will do a poll again. So the question is, how could the C3 as data integrity savvy be of value for you? And on the next slide, you can see some alternatives that we propose. Of course, just like for the first poll, you can vote multiple choices. So whichever is actually most important for you. So the first one it would be like assessing the wider systemic and economic, environmental, and societal externalities of infrastructure projects. So the second one, providing holistic cost-benefit analysis. Including monetized values of externalities. And the next one is a little bit focusing more on the financial performance. So how do you think that assessing the financial performance of sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure under different scenarios, and this could be both operational and climate risk scenarios, and then we would compare this to traditional infrastructure solutions. Would this be valuable for you? And number 4 is providing data for sustainability reporting of infrastructure projects. I mean, more and more infrastructure investors actually are asked to actually provide like reporting on the ESG performance, so kind of like how, you know, to investors, you know, who are actually I also have a reasonable impact mandate, so not only trying to achieve financial performance, but also have an impact. And number 5 is assessing the financial impact of economic, environmental, social externalities, and what would be the financial impact if these externalities become internalized and become a cost of benefits, maybe as a result of a carbon tax. So again, I would appreciate if you could put the numbers in the chat, just like during the last poll, and very interested to hear what you what you find the most valuable. And again, you can vote more. You can have multiple selections.
So in the meantime, David, I would want to add very briefly that we have presented here the work that we have done with Copernicus and the 4 use cases. SAVI, on the other hand, has been applied in more than 30 projects and will be applied in over 50 projects in the next 5 years. That is what we have confirmed in the plans. And all the work that we have done in identifying what are the climate impacts on infrastructure will be included in every single application we do from now on. And we have summarized the work that we have done with Copernicus in reports that are now available on the SAVI website, on the ISD website. And there is also, of course, a landing page on the Copernicus use cases list. And here I'll move over now to the last slide where you can see the links. So I'll give you 3, 2, 1, and then moving over to the last slide. Sorry for putting pressure on you. Here is where you have the links at the bottom for the project, the SAVI project. There is a dedicated website and a dedicated page with information on the work we've done with Copernicus, as well as the final reports for phase 1. So all the research that we've carried out on the impacts and how to model the impacts of climate change on infrastructure assets. And in the next 2 months, we will also finalize the assessment of the 4 use cases. So thank you all for your attention. Very happy to answer questions. And Steen, otherwise, over to you.
Thank you, Andrea and David. I think this was a very interesting talk, and it's also interesting to see how climate data can feed into financial and investment decision making. And it's a clear illustration how climate data and information is used in real life situations, and which is relevant for investors and people who are managing assets. So I would like to use the opportunity to move to the next presentation by Jill Liscano from Climatescale and Vortex. The floor is yours, Jill.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot, Steen. I'm gonna share my screen and leave this. Okay. Okay. So you can see my presentation, my slides properly. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So back to Belgium. What you see behind me is the sky in Brussels. I'm Jill Liscano from Climatescale, and I'm gonna show you in the next 10 to 12 minutes what we have done, what our project is about, and how it's linked to the Copernicus Climate Services. And I'm gonna focus this presentation on the experience we gained through the support of Copernicus to understand better the data how we need to design the data to work with different clients and make this information more actionable. So the company is called Climatescale, and as I say, it's a company that has been supported by the use case program from Copernicus Climate Services. And the aim of Climatescale is basically to provide high resolution climate change information using an on-demand platform, which basically aims to provide access in a very simple way to information for a large range of users. And through this platform, they can actually get the information they need to include in the different analysis that they need to take to factorize the impact of Climatescale in different applications. Climatescale didn't start from zero, it started from an existing project called Vortex, a company based in Barcelona, which is tech company which provides wind resource information based on demand system and cloud computing services to feed the wind industry with high resolution information about the wind conditions for any site of the world. So behind Vortex system there is terabytes of data, mostly from for instance, Area 5, which is the driver of a higher resolution model. In this case, is the WRF model. That is a weather model. And all the information is packaged to provide the exact information that the wind developers, analysts, manufacturers they need to during the life cycle of a wind farm, especially on the wind farm development. So using having Vortex as a successful experience in using this on-demand idea, we developed this new concept that is climate scale that aimed to bring the same kind of information, but instead of looking to the past, looking to the future. For that, we relied on existing data by Copernicus data store. There's a typo there, sorry, and feed this information into a downscaling engine. We have two flavors. One is mostly based on statistical downscaling, and a second one that is more selective, that use again the WRF model to downscale the future climate projections to a higher resolution. And then along with the engine to downscale the information, there is an automatic services to do this on demand and to post-process information and package the information in different products that are really we provide the actual information for different users that they don't need specifically to have a large understanding of the climate science. Actually, the interface is intended to anyone that just need information about future climate conditions. So thanks to this project with Copernicus, we were able to work more in deep with different early adopters of our system and define different use cases. And through this experience, we gain with this qualitative work, because it's not that we work with hundreds of users, but we have an opportunity to work very closely with 10 companies that they were new in the field of using climate change information. So we were able to identify the different categories of users of the data that we are providing. So we see that from the different users, most of them come from the renewable energy sector, because as Vortex is our Matrix project, we had quite a lot of relation with especially the wind sector, but as well the solar one. But we have users from other applications ranging from finance to ecosystem, biodiversity, etc. So we identified three typologies for main users that just want high-level information about the climate change. They just need something that is simple, fast, and robust, and give us like a quick understanding of the risk. This is mostly people that need information about indices to categorize how climate change is affecting different assets in different locations. So they have like a sort of ranking. A second typology will be users that they are already working with climate information from the past, for instance, as well from Copernicus data services, and they want to reproduce as much as they can the same methodology. For instance, people that need to do sensitivity analysis and they want time series, instead of using the time series from historical data that have been employed for the feasibility analysis for a project, they want to have an equivalent for the future, obviously understanding that the projections are future forecast and have uncertainty is very important. And then we have a third typology of user from our experience, that is users that they just not need the data, but they want to know more about the robustness and the uncertainty of this climate projection, because at the end they want to be sure that the decisions that they are taking are based on not only on data, but also on an understanding of this data. So as I understand that most of you work on the same side as us in the climate services, I'm going to ask, so you are not user of data, but mostly provider of information, but I would like to put you for a while on the shoes of the users of climate change information and tell me which one of the typologies you as a potential user or the users of your information, they are more likely to respond. People that need high level changes, people that are looking more in reproducing the same methodologies that they use with historical data but with future data, or they want something else than data but they want to understand what's happening. So these three questions, I open here a web where you can just put your answer. You need to you need to click, you need to go to menti.com and use this code 9136372. I think they have also shared a link so you can go directly to the questions. And then you have three options. You will see these three options, basically high level changes, just I need a risk. Second option, I need time series or something that is very similar to what I had from historical data. And on the third options, I need more than data, I need understanding this. We wait a little bit more to see which, if more of you are sending information. So let's see how it evolves so far. With the answers we got, it's more on people that need not only the data, but understanding what is behind the assumptions, the projections, the scenarios we build, or basically people that wanted to reproduce as much as they can what they do with historical data. So take it into consideration that things are different because these are projections. And the last, since so far, the last the category that is related to the high level changes, which seems that they are the less important. It's very important that for us, for instance, the high level changes is people that comes from the finance sector that they need to include some kind of report about climate change, and they just need very quick information so they can at least, for instance, score different locations where they have factories or any assets. So you can still continue adding your questions. I will go back to the results at the end of the session if there are changes, but it seems that from your perspective, and probably because you know very well what the climate change is about and what is the data that you handle, you think that the understanding the robustness and uncertainty is critical to work with this data. So thanks for being proactive and answering the questions. So I'm gonna continue with my slide, and basically in climate scale we try to address these three main type of users by providing access to these climate projections, understanding the past to predict the future, where this is where era 5, for instance, is very critical in our modeling stream, and then also provides information on the uncertainty through different approaches that I'm not going to go into the detail, but if you have questions, please, you can contact me whenever you want. All the information that we provide is at the end packaged in very simple product that tries to address these different 3 key issues, from reports for very high level understanding of the climate changes, time series for people that need something like this, very similar to what they use for the past, maps, changes, and then we have a fourth element that is not actually a product, but is like a services to help the people, the users, work with the data. So we don't want that the complexity we work with the climate projection are a barrier for them to use it. So here is an example of information that you can get from our interface or from our automatic search system. This is an example of the high-level products where we just provide, we provide information about changes for different metrics, going from chronic to acute indices, and also information from the past, because we think that providing this what the trends of different variables like heat wave or water stress metrics or other indices is very important to have an information of the future of what is the trend, the current trends. As well, we provide some data that are much more easy to understand, like map of changes, where the user can select a region, or time series. Here is a monthly time series of global irradiation and direct normal irradiation for people working, for users from the solar sector. And for the third category, the one that you were more interested in, it seems from your answers, we are developing more through these guidance products, different, not automatic products, but some services that try to use as much as possible the information from the past. And in concrete, we are working on the storyline concept. That is a new idea that is circulating across the scientific community. There are different projects, especially, for instance, RECIP is one of the European funded projects that is really focusing on this idea that basically is trying to construct physical coherent description of possible change in the future, so people can have like information of the worst and best case scenarios in terms of opportunities. And this is basically, I'm not going into the detail, but it's behind the storyline. You can select an event and see how this event is going to be portrayed in the future projections, or select how the long-term trends are going to change for scenarios that represent the most extreme situation according to climate drivers. This is an example that an exercise we run for the US, and on the table there are like the storylines that we build for using climate projections. In this case, is RCP85, and we propose to the user for a storyline that represents the stream response of wind changes in the future for particular location where the user has projects, and this gives us an estimation of changes in wind speed, in average wind speeds. So to finish my presentation, I would like to ask you again. So first I ask you where you see yourself or your user in these three categories. And I would like to ask you what will be for you as a user, or thinking the user of your service, the best approach to deal with climate change information. Basically exploring modeling change, so get CMIP5 data and scaling this data with a statistical or WRF or whatever regional model or Cordex, and then use this to feed impact models. Basically, to try to understand the future by looking to the past and try to use the most information from the past to select from the climate projection what are the most, what we can, for instance, in terms of teleconnection of drivers of your variable, how these drivers are changing in the future. Things that are more picking elements, very concrete elements of the future, like possible future scenarios, to build what is like what if scenarios of these worst and best case scenarios. There is no a best approach, but combining different is the best way, or none of them is really what you think should be the best way to deal with this. So I send again this, I open again the Mentimeter website, so where you can select and rank the different options. You can select one or different options and see which for you is the most important or most relevant for the case. So again, you can go to menti.com and just need to type this code 3138418. It's very simple. And then you can tell us which is the rank, or which are the most important approaches that you think that are available to explore the impact of climate change from the user perspective. So far it seems that using CMIP models with downscaling is like the most appropriate for you combinations, and trying to look to more smart solution where you build scenarios of possible futures, where you pick more qualitative to events that might be more important for you. And then the use of the historical data to infer information about the future, or to use this information of the past to narrow the projection is good. What is important and what is nice is that none of the above is since that is not really the case. So for us, it's good that you agree with us that one of these paths will be the most appropriate. So it seems that there is quite a competition between the four options, but exploring the modeling change seems to be the much more voted for the difference with something that is maybe the opposite. Instead of using whole data and downscale and trying to post-process all this information, thinking in like looking to more concrete scenarios based on a smart localization of potential future is important, and combination. So I let you continue voting, and just to finish, I just wanted to give you my contacts, and so if you have any question about the technical components or any feedbacks or any comments, feel free to get in touch. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil. I think for the sake of time, we have to close here. Of course, everyone can still continue to ask questions to Gil and to David and Andrea in the chat box. But with this, I would like to give the floor to Paula, I think, for the speed networking.
Hi, yes, thank you, Stein. So we're going to have a little bit of fun now, which hopefully you will all be happy to participate in. And this was based on your feedback from the last Webstival. We're going to spend about 10 minutes or so now allowing you to interactively meet with some of the other members of our Climate Europe network. So we're going to play a couple of rounds of speed networking. I'm going to hand this over to Ralph Toomey from Imperial College to compare.
Hello, yes. So the format for the speed networking is the following. So you're going to be put into a random pair, and we think you should maybe interact for about 5 minutes. And basically what the idea is that you explain who you are and what you're looking for. And hopefully the other person can also explain who they are and what they're looking for. And maybe there's a match between you and them. If there isn't a match in terms of what you're looking for, maybe they know something or somebody that can help you. And of course, importantly, if you want to follow up, you don't need to spend time working out who it is you're talking to. We're keeping track of that. So just email festival@Climate Europe or any of the other organizers, and we will get back to you and put you back in touch with your date. So Paula, please start us off.
Okay, so you should be now automatically going to your rooms.
Hello. Is there anyone in this breakout room?
Bex, you're back in the main room. I don't know why. I don't know why. Did you leave it?
I will message you offline, Paula.
Do you want me to put you in a room?
Please, that'd be nice. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Paula, I think if everybody's back, we can go again.
Yeah, that's just, the rooms are just closing. So what I will say to you is if you end up in a room where you're on your own, this is because participants have chosen not to participate in the networking. So wait there and I will move you as soon as I can into a room where there's at least another person. So thank you for your patience there. Right, we're going to open them up again. Bear with me. For some reason I'm struggling to get them open again. No, they are struggling to open again, which is a bit of a shame. What do we want to do, Ralph? Do we want to go to the break and come back and try again? Hello, Ralph. Ralph seems to have disappeared as well, and the technology is not working for us. So what I'm going to suggest we do, apologies for that, we'll try and get that working again for another round when we get back from the break. But we are already, we realise, serving your dishes to you later than we'd scheduled. I hope you will stay with us to the end, even though we're running a bit late. We're now going to have a 15-minute break, so we'd like you to come back at 12:25, so just less than 15 minutes. However, after 5 minutes, we do have a demonstration for you from Bell House. Roop Johnston, who is an artist who designed and built Bell House, and Chris Bolton from the University of Exeter are going to demonstrate it for you. It's an interactive, playable art installation which demonstrates bringing science and art communications together. And we commissioned it a few years ago, and we brought it out of mothball and have recommissioned it for the Webstival. So I'm going to leave Roop and Chris to talk through the demonstration with you. So if you could come back for that at about 11:13 UK time or 12:13 Central European time, that would be great. And I know you'll be in for a treat. So thanks, everyone.
Okay, everyone. We now have Chris Bolton from the University of Exeter going to speak about his experience talking with Bell House, our creative experiment linking music and climate data. Chris sent some tipping point data into Roop, the creator of Bell House, and Chris will now talk about the process that himself and Roop are going through to create the experiment with Bell House. I'll hand over to Dr. Chris Bolton now.
Hello, everyone. I've been trying to think where I am on the spectrum of a climate service provider or user, and I've decided I'm probably neither. I'm more of like a researcher that just sits behind a desk all day. But one thing I have noticed is from coming to these is how you present your data is quite useful to people. So I generally work on tipping points. The idea that a small change in a system can make a huge difference just suddenly without any prior warning, or what we assume no prior warning, but my research generally looks at trying to predict when these tipping points are going to happen. Whenever I do a talk on these, I start off with an animation, which hopefully should come up now. And so this is just a system that you can think of as any for anything in the climate, where there's two states. You can either be in the left state or the right state. And over time, as in a climate sense, we might say weather in this case pushes the ball around in the well, but there's something that's happening on a longer term time scale that's preventing the ball from moving back. Oh, sorry. Let me refresh this one again. You know, every time I give this animation, it seems to run at a different time scale. It's not refreshing. But anyway, what happens is over time you get this weather that's pushing the ball around in the well, but there's also this longer term time scale that's like degrading your system. So I look a lot at the Amazon rainforest, and perhaps there's something that's causing that to lose resilience over time. So you get these short-term weather fluctuations where, you know, the ball moves around and, you know, that's like the trees growing slightly and dying back slightly. But over time, the system's becoming more degraded until the plants can no longer survive. And that's when the ball tips into the other well. We generally try and predict this by looking at how the ball moves in the well. As the well shallows, it starts to sample more of the space from left to right, and it will also take longer to roll back to the middle of the well. And so you can actually think of the noise of this system quite a lot. It goes from like a white noise to a red noise. So if you imagine like the static on your telly is like white noise, and you might, or on a radio, for example, you might like have some dial that changes the frequency of the noise and it becomes more red and like a lower noise. So that got me thinking that something, you know, something to match this animation might be sound, and Bell House seems like quite a good fit for that. So, you know, I've been talking to Roop, and I'm sure when I pass you across, he'll go through some of the process we've been looking at. But, you know, I've been tidying up this animation that I've just shown you to try and match Bell House a bit better and try and get out those noises. So if I pass you across to Roop now, hopefully he is there. I can see his screen, but oh, I can see his hat as well. There we go.
Hello. Let me just try and share the screen, and then I can, let's just do that. Where is it? Can you see? What is that? I'm showing everything except for my webcam at the moment. I'm going to just show you this very briefly. This is what the Bell House is. Is it going to do it? Yeah, I think so. Hello, my name's Roop, and this is the Bell House in front of you. Can everyone see that? Yeah, okay. And this is the bell here, very quickly, just to let you know what it sounds like. So that's quite a large piece. I'm just going to move that out of the way now. And I'm going to play Chris's animation on the Bellhouse browser, which you can see in here, and we'll start here. So you can see on the left-hand side there is the video of what it's going to play, and on the right-hand side is the animation. And I've looped this a few times so you can see it, but I'll just start playing it quickly. Can you hear it in the background as well?
Yes, we can.
So we made some modifications. There's a slight lag because the software is communicating via the internet to the sculpture, which takes a little bit of time. And I'm not sure how long that lag happens when you also do it through Zoom. And as you can see, or you can kind of hear is, after the slight lag, is that the variability of sound as it approaches that tipping point kind of crescendos, and then it goes back into that kind of sort of quieter state. And I'm going to stop it there very briefly. You can see the lag is about kind of a second and a half in this kind of scenario. Just to say that in Chris's after we originally discussed it, Chris made a kind of, we developed it further so that Chris's graph now has 3 parts. So you can see that we made the ball red so that the color is picked up essentially better by the motion capture device on Bellhouse. So it's easier for it to see it, so it responds better. And then we've also worked, Chris added the top part of the graph here to really focus in on that area so that Bellhouse could really play that kind of tipping point element much more clearly. But it also does respond to the graph on the right-hand side here. Sorry, it's going to play whilst I'm doing this. You can see up here, it's playing that part of the graph also. And so there are kind of really three elements to what it's playing in this graph. But that if you have a look at the Bell House website, which is bellhouseproject.co.uk, you will find that I've written a blog with Chris where we've gone through some of this process. So part of the process for us is to discuss this and to play test. So to essentially kind of work through lots of different ideas and experiment with those. And then what I'm doing is I'm recording them. And so you can go through these and listen to the sounds of them so that we can kind of begin to try and understand together how that process or how to make Bell House play your data more clearly. And so we've gone through that, and that discussion then ended up in this piece here, which Chris recreated for us. And then I've replayed that here. And then within that, I've made this a blog post on the website so that Chris could feed back to me with comments through the blog. And then that all keeps it in one place so that then we can kind of begin that discussion. And so far we've got about 5 or 6 different interactions for this Webstival from different participants. And so you can have a look at most of those through the blog section of the Bell House Project website. And one last thing I was going to say is obviously we're really keen to still have other people come and submit their data. So if you would like to, we've set a deadline in order that we can carry on working on them and develop them further of this Sunday, the 18th of October by midnight. And if you'd like to, then I would heartily encourage you to send us your data, and we can begin those discussions. I'm also available from 2 o'clock this afternoon, British Summer Time, after the end of the kind of main part of the conference to discuss any ideas that you might have. It will be on this Zoom call as well. And if you have data, hopefully I might even be able to just start and play it, and then we can work through that. Okay, thank you very much, and look forward to seeing some of you at 2 o'clock. That's great. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Ruth. That was fantastic. Yeah, I think the Bell House, the noise that it makes is quite hypnotic. It's quite kind of calming and soothing in a funny sort of way. And yeah, I wanted to say that the Bell House it's all about demonstrating the challenges of communicating. So as scientists, we might look at Chris's graph and we understand that quite well, but to a non-scientist, it might not be clear. So it may sound like what seems like the random noise of the bells. And as Rup said, if you come to the next Webstival in November, then we'll have a longer session exploring the Bell House. And if you're interested in submitting your data to Bell House, then I see Joss has put some details up in the chat there. So apologies everyone that we're running a bit over time for the Webstival. We're about 25 minutes beyond the schedule now, but hopefully you'll be able to stay with us for the next session. So I will quickly move on to introducing the next speaker. So we're very pleased that we have Marianne van Mierlo from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission. And she is going to talk to us about research and innovation in support of the European Green New Deal. And I think Stacey is going to share Marianne's slides. Yes, and Marianne, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Please take it away.
I hope you can see me as well. It's always interesting to see all the different backgrounds. I make that one of the things to do during these kind of webinars. Thank you for having me. I'm not sure if I can top the musical thing we just had, but in any case, I hope this is interesting as well. I want to take you quickly into the Green Deal, but then mostly into the Green Deal call, which we have recently launched. So I'm Marianne van Mierlo. I work for DG Research and Innovation in the European Commission. And I'm going to take you into topic 9.2 today, which is about developing user products and services for all stakeholders and citizens, supporting climate adaptation and mitigation. Can I have the next slide, please? So first of all, the European Green Deal. With the coming of the new Commission already over a year ago, the European Green Deal was established. It's about climate change and environmental degradation that are existential threats, and we have to overcome these challenges. And to do this, the Commission has proposed a Green Deal, with no net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050, with the economic growth decoupled from resource use, and with no person and no place left behind. The European Green Deal is our plan, and I'll read it out: to make the EU's economy sustainable. We can do this by turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities and making the transition just and inclusive for all. Then if you can go to the next slide, we have a schematic overview of what the Green Deal is about. So it's focusing on 8 thematic areas, and then on financing the transition and leaving nobody behind. Then I will go to the goal. If you could go to the next slide, please. So to make sure that we hit the ground running, basically, still on the Horizon 2020, which is still running until this year, so the European Framework Program for Research and Innovation, we have invested 1 billion to boost the green and digital transition. It's pressing the need to confront the climate crisis and provide greater protection. And it's also aiding Europe's recovery in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis, contributing directly to the EU's recovery plan for Europe. Next slide, please. So then, what are we looking for? It's a different goal than the goals we would normally have on the, or normally had on the Horizon 2020. It aims for clear, discernible results in the short to medium term, but with a perspective of long-term change. And to do this, we have fewer but more targeted and larger and visible actions. So basically, instead of doing all small projects, we only focus on 20 topics distributed under 10 thematic areas. And the first 8 areas are the same, if you remember the picture of 2 slides ago, of the 8 work streams on the European Green Deal, but we also have 2 horizontal areas. Next slide, please. I'm not expecting you to be able to read it all at this speed, but I'm sure the presentations will be available later. So I put it here for you all to look back at it later. This is basically the overview of the complete Green Deal call. I'm showing you this because I didn't want to only take you into 9.2, but also to 2 other topics which are very close to climate adaptation and mitigation. So specifically 1.3, but please also look at 1.2. So climate resilient innovation packages for EU regions, but also towards climate neutral and social innovative cities. And then there's also 10.3, which is also about climate change, but it's mostly focusing on citizens and citizens empowerment. If you're interested in participating, I would invite you to look at the whole scope. But today I'm going to tell you a bit more about 9.2. So if you can go to the next slide. So I put it here in large because basically everything which is of interest in this specific topic is in the title. That's why it's a long and not easy to read title, but it makes sure that every element is in there. So it's about end user products. It's about services for stakeholders and citizens. So really what they can use to support climate adaptation and mitigation. Next slide, please. So what are we looking at? The specific challenge and actions we need are to support the use of climate information in risk management and planning across sectors and regions. We know this information is there, but we need it to be more used in a more to be there in a way that we can use it better. It's for decision makers to know which modes of production, consumption, and lifestyle are compatible with this climate resilience pathways and by achieving climate neutrality in 2015. So really contributing again to the Green Deal. And for relevant and practical climate adaptation and mitigation solutions to reach the end users. We know there's a gap here. We have the science on the one hand, we have the end users on the other hand, and it's not always meeting each other. So the type of action we're looking into is research and innovation actions, which will mean that in terms of technology readiness levels, it would still be also okay to have it a bit at the lower phase going into the higher. So yeah, I won't necessarily put a number on it because I don't want to push you in a certain direction, but just be aware that it's both research and innovation. Then the budget, the total budget available for this particular topic is 25 million. We always say that there's a range in which we would think that this specific challenge should be could be addressed appropriately, and for this particular part, it's 3 to 5 million. However, this is not a fixed number. If you have good reasons to propose a project which is either higher or lower than the range given here, it's not something which makes it becoming non-eligible. It's just that we always try to give an indication for you to know what we are sort of expecting. Next slide, please. So then to go into the scope, it's as said, these specific Green Deal call topics are quite large, and we also are looking at a big scope here. However, please be aware that it says actions should cover some of the following. Some saying at least two, but not all, if not possible. So building on existing services and frameworks, we're talking about Earth and environmental services and frameworks such as Copernicus, the European Earth Observation Programme, but also GEOS, the Global Earth Observation System of Systems. This is a system that falls under the Group on Earth Observation, which is a global group consisting of over 100 member states and also over 100 participating organizations. So it's really taken it to the global level. Then EMODNet specifically on marine observations, and of course the European Space Agency actions. We're looking for a build-up of robust and accessible knowledge on how climate is changing, but at a scale which is really relevant to what the user needs. So something that will be accessible to them and that will be speaking to users. And including an impact to expect at both sectoral and regional levels in Europe. So then what we're also looking for is identification of barriers to the predictive potential of climate adaptation models. Where are these? And then synthesizing and exploiting this knowledge to bridge the gap between the expert tools used by scientists and the needs of decision makers. This is again the gap I was talking about before. We know this knowledge is there and we know the needs are there, but they're not necessarily meeting each other. And this is one of the things we hope that comes out of this project or this proposal. So demonstrating the climate services and measuring the results to key performance indicators. And then as a last but definitely not least, multiplying the outreach through scaling up a replication to business and public sector. So basically go beyond the scientific part, but also looking into the business part, as well as in less represented areas in Europe and beyond. This is the Europe and beyond. The beyond part is also where again the link to, for instance, the Group on Earth observations can be made. Next slide, please. So then if we look at specific focus point, what are we talking about? We're looking into the converting of the mitigation pathways compatible with the EU climate goals. But it's not only mitigation, we're also looking at the adaptation strategies. So it's really basically covering both the mitigation and the adaptation side. And this should be clear when answering to this call. And yeah, beyond, so it's not only 250, but you know, for climate, as you are, I guess, much more aware of than me, it's a long-term thing. So 2050 is already soon. And then on how climate change impact will evolve and what changes are needed. So in looking at these specific pathways, include then the consideration of co-benefits and trade-offs and insight into how these drives and barriers and insight into the drives and barriers for these changes and how they can be overcome. So, and then looking at the delivering of next generation of climate services in collaboration with the commercial sector. This part is important, the commercial sector part, because we are looking for something which can be used by this end user, and not always, but a lot of times this is also including the commercial sector in there. And then we're looking at specifically addressing the part of the climate, of the downstream part of the value chain, sorry, addressing the downstream part of the value chain, but focusing on sectoral and geographical gaps, providing actionable information to non-specialists for adapting to extreme climate events. And of course, if we only look back to the little icebreaker game we had at the beginning of this day or this morning, we know that this actionable information we can still be left with a lot of uncertainty, but in any case, we would need that. And then providing new climate conditions through specific tools here also, and platforms here also, we're looking at the Global Earth Observation System of Systems and Copernicus. Next slide, please. So then, expected impacts. What do we hope to get out of this? Well, I've already touched on this while looking into the challenges and scope, but we're really looking for something to enable citizens, stakeholders, and decision makers to actually have this climate change and climate actions, to be able to have these climate change and climate actions taken on board into decision making, and in a way that they can actually use this to contribute to the exploitation and information data of Copernicus and GEO. This is with all the calls we are or topics we put out there, whether being in Horizon 2020 or now moving onwards towards its successor Horizon Europe, we are really trying to always with these geo-related goals, link it back to Copernicus and link it back to the group on Earth observations. And then improve robustness and predictive quality of the data, the information and the knowledge on climate adaptation and mitigation, again, both here. Allow the users to become active players, so users in the broad sense of the word, including citizens, in climate action, and to have the information on climate changes make accessible and useful for them to already use in their daily life as well. And improve the European capacity on available solutions to climate change. This one is of course linked back to basically all of the above. And then increase the resilience of society, organizations, but also individuals to multiple risks. And then last but not least, to support the development of the European service sector regarding end user climate services. And then with the last slide, I would like to thank you for your attention. And I don't know, I will leave it to Tyrone to see if we have time for questions.
Many thanks, Marianne. That was really interesting overview of the Green Deal. It covers such a broad range of work. It's really interesting. I'm just having a look at the chat just to see if there are any questions. So if anyone has any questions for Marianne, then please put them into the chat now. I think we can probably have one question maybe. I realize we are running quite late in the agenda.
If we're waiting for the questions, Tyrone, if I can maybe make one more remark.
Of course.
Yeah, so whenever we give these talks about these different goals, I just have to give the disclaimer that if there is, for any case, any light between what I'm saying and what is actually in the work program, please always take the written part as the true part, because but I have to say it because sometimes, you know, the interpretation gets the better of you, and then always refer to the work program in case of uncertainties. And the other thing is, which I also didn't highlight it so explicitly, a lot of the things we specifically leave a bit open for you to put your creativity to work, because if we would knew completely in which direction to go, we wouldn't need these kind of topics. So some of it is on purpose a bit more fake. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Marianne. So there's a question from Roger Street. I don't know, Roger, do you want to come on the line and quickly ask your question or make your comment?
Yes, it's okay. I'm a little bit concerned about the ambition of that's associated with the call, particularly with respect to adaptation. And I'm thinking of it also in the context of the climate services that we're developing. And I would expect one of the impacts or outcomes would be that it would be to enable citizens, communities, businesses, and different levels of government to be able to develop adaptation trajectories. This is what we're missing. We're missing these adaptation trajectories, dealing with the existing adaptation and resilience deficits that exist now, those that exist now, and to 2050 and beyond. We need that to be able to occur. And that may be intended with some of the language, but I think it needs to be much more explicit, because just having a plan, as I was once told by a number of members of government, national member states, want a plan? I'll be back at lunchtime and I'll give you a plan. You need implementation, and you need that to be able to take, you need to go beyond the plan to implementation. And that's what I'm trying to get at here, these trajectories, so that we can start measuring progress. We can start measuring success, whether it's right or wrong, or at least we have something to measure it to. So I'm just suggesting a little bit more ambition, be a little bit more explicit. And it probably is there, but it's not apparent.
Yeah, if I can react to that, Tyrone.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Roger. I think you're absolutely right that it is intended with yeah, let's say words as pathways on the one hand, but also to be able to factor this climate adaptation and mitigation aspect into the decision making. But yeah, I can imagine you're not seeing it as explicit as you would like, and maybe part of this is also again that we intentionally leave some parts open, but in this particular case I would say that for me the words pathways and let's say decision making factor would weigh into this, but thank you for that.
Just to follow up very quickly, and I apologize.
No.
I understand the need to leave it open, but you know, if you go back to one of the critical things, do no harm and leave no one behind. If we wait for mitigation in 2050 to come in and do that without taking into consideration the trajectories that are needed to deal with this now, then we're not really realizing that do no harm and leave no one behind. Because this is where, on the adaptation and the resilience deficits that exist, is where the potential to do harm and leave people behind is very high.
Thank you. Point taken.
Sorry.
No, please, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Roger. No, it's a very, very well made point. I think we should move on. So I will hand over now to Lola, who is going to introduce Daniela. But if anyone has any further questions for Marjan about the Green New Deal, then please put that in the chat. And I will hand over to Lola.
Thank you, and I would like to introduce Daniela Jakob. She is the director of the Climate Service Center in Germany. And Daniela was actively involved in the mission board, and I think it's a very nice prolongation of the discussions. So, and I think Daniela will give us insights of the activity of the missions board for the next Horizon Europe program. Daniela, floor is yours.
Yeah, Lola, and hi everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. I saw that several of you know already what I would like to talk about, but nevertheless, learning by repeating is always a good way to learn. I would like to share my screen, and the idea is, where it is. So the idea is that I jump between several documents. Can you see? I hope you can see now the Horizon Europe Mission Climate Adaptation.
We can.
Very
yeah,
good.
we can. Yeah.
So we just heard about the last call in Horizon 2020, which already leads us into the Horizon Europe, and that was very interesting. So thank you very much for this. And we heard Roger Street talking about the challenges in picking up where we are actually at the adaptation arena, and I fully agree. The pathway development is one of the major efforts which we have to take on board, and that is concerning me a little bit, because pathway and vision development usually needs a co-creation, co-design, and co-dialogue process, and that's what the European missions are also aiming for. So there were the Horizon Europe mission idea with the 5 mission areas: soil and food, cancer, ocean, cities, and adaptation to climate change and societal transformation. And I was a member of the I am a member of the mission board on adaptation to climate change. Our task were to develop with community consultancies in ambitious and inspirational goals, clear direction, targeted, measurable, time-bound, with an impact for society and policy, and this is the on the lower left bottom here, engage citizens. Engage citizens in co-design, in co-creation, co-implementation, in the entire chain of activity. So even while we were developing our missions, we had several dialogues with citizens. There were these roughly 15 people. Our board is still chaired by Connie Hedegaard. And I just wanted to give you a possibility to see the geographical and sectoral distribution. So the idea of the Adaptation to Climate Change mission is to accelerate the transition to a climate prepared and resilient Europe. And the main point here, and this goes hand in hand with the Green Deal idea, is turning the need into the challenge into an opportunity to make Europe more resilient. And I think this is exactly what we just saw in parts of the call text, where the connection has to be made between different actors in society, private and public businesses, and science activities. So let me continue a little bit here, and then I switch to the other document. I come back to that in a minute. So the objectives which we came up with are, by 2030, we would like to see that prepare Europe to deal with climate disruptions. This is actually the part which is targeted to adaptation to, I would say, climate and weather extremes, or weather variability, changes in weather and climate. So risks of heat waves, forests, fires, droughts, floods, storms, diseases, and so on. Some are more climate driven, others are maybe non-climate driven. This, the idea, and I come to this in a minute, the idea is here to prepare and help citizens, communities, and regions to better understand. Then accelerate the transition to the future we want. And here now we come to the pathway development, which Roger just mentioned. And then the third point is building deep resilience. And you have seen this presentation probably in the last couple of months a few times. That's why I would like to switch now to the real document, which makes it a bit more complicated, but I would like to show it to you. And that's why I have to change my screen here again. Now I'm showing to you the PDF, unfortunately, only. That's what I have here. Of the mission document, and Tina will post the link in the chat. So you see here, and that has been handed, the proposed mission. Here you see now the original document, and I like to work with the original documents. I'm an old IPCC person, that's why I stick to this true sources. So here you see this, the report of the Mission Board for Adaptation to Climate Change, prepare Europe for climate disruptions and accelerate the transformation to climate resilient and just Europe by 2030. And as I said, you should find the link to this very interesting report in the chat. The point I would like to make here is that this report has been, and I show it to you, the document, here you see it in the bottom, the document is a Mission Board proposal to the European Commission for this field. So we have handed over our deliverable 2, it was called, I guess, to the European Commission on the RNI days, 22nd of September. And in this are our visions and ideas. Now we are in the implementation phase. And I would like to show you that what I just showed you in the other document before. The vision is prepare Europe to deal with climate disruptions, acceleration, and resilience. And in the document, you can find the, for all of these words, I would say, the justification, the motivation, and the breadth which is behind those mission statements. And let me show you here. This, I think, is the main figure of today to discuss a little bit. So the objective is to turn this challenge into an opportunity, goes of course through all levels with, I would say, all European citizens. And that's where this orange bottom layer is. So in order to prepare Europe for the climate disruptions, we have to better understand those changes in climate, for example. And we have to develop the climate services and the dialogue structures in a way that the information which can be developed can also be is useful and used. Then the idea is that in 200 communities and regions, examples for acceleration of transition towards resilient futures will be designed. So designing those vision and innovation pathways, and to develop the absolutely important enabling conditions and solutions. So the idea is that 200 communities and regions will be chosen. Don't ask me how, I come to that in a minute. And in those, they are like, I would say like Reallabor or living labs or test regions, cases, I don't know how you want to name it. And you could see in the call just before that the dialogue with regional industry is very important. So in order to build those visions and prepare a region to transform to a more climate neutral and climate resilient future, the idea of the mission is to work in those steps. Then the idea, of course, is to upscale the solution as that triggers transformation in 100 demonstrators. And what we have learned in those should then be transferable in the other context, I would say, so that we can benefit from what has been learned. So now let me jump to page 11 for a moment. And you see it's detailed in the report. I really recommend to you to download this report and the reports of the other missions, because I only talk about the climate adaptation mission. Now let's come to this, where are we now? I wanted to go to here. So what does it mean in a region? So it means that we're going to look at the key community systems, and the key community systems you see here. So it's about regenerating community and social infrastructure. It is about protecting human health and well-being, restoring biodiversity, nature and ecosystem services, rethinking water management, and reviving rural landscapes and sustainable food systems. So when you now think a little bit about building back better, so the post-corona or current within corona dialogues, which we all have, you find all those R's here again: regenerating, protecting, almost an R, restoring, rethinking, and reviving. That's a new story. That's the way to build resilience and to have a systemic view, so that you can see a region, you heard about the 200 regions, as a sub-catchment. Could be a city, could be a forest, could be a part of a sector, could be, so very different geographical entities, but also sectoral entities and communities. So it could also be I would say a kind of an economic area. And it's important through all those to facilitate inclusive and deliberative governance processes for fair transitions. So we also ask about, do we have the right power structures? What do we need? Do we have to build solutions which we then have to, innovative solutions which we then have to adjust to the current power and legal systems? Or can those power and legal systems develop with the new innovative solutions? And of course, it's the second what we need. So we have to overcome some of those barriers. it's very important to provide access to data, knowledge, and digital systems. So with the data knowledge, with the observations, with the climate change scenarios, with possible non-climatic data, and with the idea to protect common goods, so with the governance processes, with strengthening the education, we bring all this together and make meaningful knowledge out of it, so that we can push this meaningful knowledge to the decision base, as a decision base to develop further the pathways and the scenarios jointly for the region, so that they come up with visions, ideas, with pictures. How would I like my city to look like, my coast part to look like, or my forest or my farm looking like in 2030, 2050? And it should strengthen sustainable and secure local economies for sure. So Roger talked about do no harm and leave no one behind. That's what's in here. So, and of course we need to mobilize funds and resources. And with this, I would like to come to and then I'm done more or less, Lola, so don't get nervous. I come to the end of this great document where the times plan is. And I would like to show this to you, because we have no time to lose. So every second is important. So no year to lose. And I think it's important to, where is it now? Here. Sorry. Stop. Okay, now let's go this way. Here. So the timeline for the missions. You see these are the activities here in the years from 2021 to 2030. And as I said before, the idea is to now to formulate in the next couple of months the needs for the implementation of the missions. And the needs is not only we need so much money, but the need is also, do we need some new infrastructures? How do we get the citizen engaged? Do we would like to come up with citizen assemblies? What do we need more research calls? How can we mobilize interaction? So it's the question now is, how do we implement what we need for this adaptation to climate change and the big transition? And this is where Climateurope comes into play, because it's important that you now, within the next couple of weeks, you send to me, if you like, your ideas on the how to make Europe more resilient. Go through the document, and then if you have ideas and think this is a great idea and we could do it like this and this and this, and we had this the music art connection to climate science just a few minutes ago. So I think it's important that we get the ideas from all different kinds of communities, from the administration as well as from the science, from the climatic, let's say, experts and the non-climate experts. So the design and preparatory phase goes in the next 1 or 2 years, and then we come to this co-implementation phase. And here, please realize it's co-design and co-implementation, which we wouldn't have had 10, 15 years ago. So we made major steps ahead. The co-implementation phase, then you can see here in those yellows where we have those 3 big clusters again. And then, of course, I mean, it's clear now, we have to make sure that whatever we develop is functioning, is doing actually what we want. So we have to push science on adaptation, evaluation of adaptation measures, evaluation of mitigation measures, monitoring. What do we monitor to make sure that the adaptation is functioning? It can flooded square meters or dead people or I don't know what, dead animals. So what are we monitoring? And that's very different in the different cultural settings in Europe. It's very different in the sectoral settings in Europe. And it gives us options to transfer beyond the European landscape and look at, for example, the Global South, as Achim Steiner said on the ESDS conference on Monday this week, which is very important. So in this phase of the co-evaluation, we immediately must start with designing our monitoring systems in a way that they fulfill the tasks which we would like to monitor. So we cannot just monitor temperature or so, because that will not give us the answer to all our questions. So which indicators do we need for monitoring and reporting our success on the project level, on the city level, on the case level, on the demonstrator level? And then, of course, we have to share our best and not so good practices, our lessons learned, so that we do not lose time and make a real step forward to design this new era of a carbon-free century and beyond. So with this, I would like to stop sharing my screen and close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for very inspiring talks. I'm convinced that the people are now starting writing in their ideas. And so thank you very much. We have one question from Roger. Roger, would you like to ask Daniela directly? Hello?
It's not really a question. It's really I'm very pleased to see the recognition that institutional and governance innovations are going to be essential to moving forward out on the mission, because I think without them, we'll be just sitting here 5 or 10 years from now, wondering why we haven't got anywhere along where we had it, from where we were 5 or 10 years ago. So I think it's paramount, and I am very pleased to see that it's recognized within the mission. I think it is an urgent requirement. I think it's very urgent requirement that we move on this, and welcome Daniela's challenge to the Climate Europe community, but I think it also has to go to a number of other communities, you know, because what we're talking about is changing institution and political systems and structures and, you know, relationships. And as we all know, certain people have vested interests in those, and it's going to make you know, it's a major debate, and I would really like to see it go forward in a much more urgently, so that we can get some of these other things done. So it was more of a comment and a thank you to Daniela.
Thank you very much, Roger. We are, I mean, we are in a very exciting phase. But I also think we can pick up this challenge also in view of sustainability, in view of the new technologies, digitalization, which is ahead of us, but also as innovation and integration, and as a basis to show how well-functioning democratic processes are, and how we can make major steps forward jointly.
Are there any other urgent questions? Or so, I mean, you are welcome to ask Daniela and put the questions in the chat. So if she can't ask it immediately, so we will pass the questions to Daniela. So thank you very much, Daniela, for your inspiring talk and the new ideas. I think it was nice to hear the requirements for the commission for the talk and your explanation, which ideas can fit into this talk. It was really nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think we need to move forward to our last section, what will happen at the next Webstival. Chris, would you like to say something before the final announcements? Yes, Chris.
Sure, thank you. So we've packed a huge amount into the last 4 hours. So looking at the menu we had, which we've managed to get through. So apologies that we've run over a little bit. Before I hand over to Lola to talk a little bit about the next Webstival. It's been great. So what have we had? We've had a game, we've had some talks, we've had a poll, we've had speed networking, we've had some music, we've had some discussions. There's been lots going on in the chat. I personally have had some coffee and some cake. I hope you've all had a chance to have a bit of a break. So it's been great. It'd be good to get feedback. I don't know what Lola's going to say shortly, but we're very keen to have people's feedback. We're already getting some feedback, very positive so far. That's lovely. We do like positive feedback, but also give us back any constructive criticisms or ideas about what could be done differently. So I will now pass over to you, Lola, if that's okay. I just want to thank everybody for joining and look forward to seeing, hearing many of you, if not all of you, at the next one. Lola, I'll pass to you to say some closing remarks, if that's all right, and talk about the next Webstival.
Yes, I just would like to show a few announcements. Was the Webstival? Yeah. I think, yes, I'm here. So here we are. First of all, I would like to thank you all the friends of Climate Europe. And it seems that many of you are joining us from 2017 in Valencia and in Belgrade, and now in the Webstivals, and we have 3 of them. And in November, oh, it's not my screen, but it does not matter. So in November, we will have the last one. So, and we're developing the program, and I hope we will include all your wishes. We're designing now the real interaction sessions with less presentations and more discussions. So what we also would like to, so it will be our last event, and it would be nice to get your feedback. And for example, as announced before, we would like to learn more about your countries, because I hope, or I believe we beat Corona in one day, and we have a chance to meet physically again and face to face. And for this, we need to find beautiful places. So share with us the beautiful places where we can meet next time. Again, so in the break, you see a lot of nice photo, how the nice places can be affected by the climate change. And we are starting also the photo competition. Please join us. And at the event on the November 19th, it will be, so we will announce the winners. We will announce the winners of this photo competition. And the last, but not least, so we see a nice presentation of the Bell House. And if you'd like that your data will be sound at the next festival, please contact, I don't know what happens with my computer, it's jumping. So it will be at 2 o'clock. In the Central European, at 3 o'clock at the Central European time, you have a chance to meet the Bell House community, so please join us. And I think it's all from my side as a closing remark. So do we have some questions, or do we have some announcements left?
Hi Lola, I'm just going to share another Menti questionnaire, sorry everyone. So you should be able to see my screen. If you could go to Menti once again and enter the code at the top of the screen, please. It's just disappeared. So it's 4081889. That's 4081889. And if you could fill in the couple of questions that I've got on there, just some feedback about the Webstival today, that would be amazing. You should be able to see a word cloud form in front of your eyes to start with, and then we've got a sliding scale where you can rate how useful you found the Webstival today.
Good, thank you, Stacey. Any other announcements or any other comments or feedback? I did forget to say thank you to everybody. I've put it in the chat, but thank you to everyone. There's been a huge amount of effort gone in before this and also today. Any other things we need to say?
Hi Chris, it's Bex here. Just another quick plug. If you would like your logos of your organisation, project, company, please do email me at rebecca.parfit@metoffice.gov.uk with your logo and its name, and ideally the country in which it's focused, or indeed Europe if that is the case. Thank you very much. It's been a great day.
Loving your video stream there, Bex. For some reason, you seem to be a long way down the world, sort of not quite as far as Australia. You were 90 degrees on my screen. You weren't quite upside down. Thank you, everybody. If that's nothing else we should say, then thank you. Have a good day and see you all next time. Bye.
Bye.